All right, we're live. Welcome, everyone. It's been a trying day for some of us. And of course, you wear the St. Louis Blue shirt. But anyway, I do have Steven here. So this is what I'm talking about, Steven. I think our setup is going to be something like this. I'm just going to hold you like a baby all night. Because I have my chair, I have my laptop on my dining room table here. My chair in front of it, TV, not 5 feet from me right now. So I can just hold you here all night. Can you see me on the TV?
I can't see you, no, but I can see Texas.
Well, yeah, there's a lot of that. Let's try this.
That's a little bit better.
A little bit better? Okay, we'll do this.
That's still only Texas, but we can make it. We can make it work. That's just your hand.
Oh, no wonder. Okay, we'll do this. Just about. I'm just going to hold you here like a baby all night long. So what are we going to do here? There's a lot to talk about. It's supposed to, it's 6:59. Let's just go ahead. I don't want to end the stream. Definitely don't want that. So let's see if I can share this to social media. So what's going on with you? Let's talk. It's time to. We got to talk.
Man, we're just getting ready for the babies, one day at a time, and.
I'll move you over here now. I got to do some typing.
Yeah, holding me all night's not gonna be fun. I would imagine.
I think we'll make it work. I gotta log into a bunch of stuff because I think you can only do live from Firefox, and I use Safari.
Yeah. I got you. Well, we'll figure it out. I ain't worried about it.
Yeah. So the baby. I was telling James that. Well, hang on. I entered the wrong password. Let's try that.
Yeah, we're just.
Damn it.
Everybody always says yeah, we're getting ready for the baby. We're getting ready for the baby. Like it's a full it's not really all that much work to get ready for the babies until you start
It sounded like your wife had a different opinion.
She's
podcast.
She's got a little bit of a different opinion, but really, I mean, for me, I guess it's more. She's the one that's growing the kids. Obviously, she's doing a lot of work.
She is growing the kids.
For me, my work doesn't really start until we start putting together nursery stuff and car seats and make a decision on daycares or nursery or a nanny of some kind. Somebody to take care of the kids and go back to work. It's that's fine. We'll get there eventually. But right now we're just moving right along. Sarah's getting nice and around already with this crazies. Just a little bit over halfway to the due date. So.
Yeah. So when I said on our podcast the other day that it was August. Is that right?
Yeah. So since it's twins, there's not there is a due date that is set the 40-week due date, but since it's twins, they said that we'll never get there. So it's a little bit.
Why is that? Are twins usually like preemies?
They're more likely to be. The way that we just went to the doctor probably a week and a half ago. The way that they're growing and they're looking, they won't be like a preemie. They'll make it to where they'll be what they call viable or whatever that word is. When the babies can live, viable.
Right. I was telling James.
So hopefully, obviously the goal is to keep them in as long as we can, but they'll probably.
But anyway, so who is this plant? Was it Kings of Leon?
and was Kings of Leon.
Okay. Well, I like I said, I have it.
With their smash hit from 2012 or whenever that was.
That was they were such a good band.
For like a month, they were awesome, and then nobody's ever heard from them again.
I haven't really heard anything new from them since high school.
No.
Yeah. Like they've fallen off the face of the earth.
So kind of a weird choice for ESPN, like one of the biggest nights.
They're just turned off. Like it's never done it before, and I think I saved it. No.
Perfect time.
Well, and the weird thing was it was plugged in, like it was in the outlet, and it still just turned off. I don't know if we'd been at it for too long or what. Okay, so yeah, that's the right link. So we're good now. I can Steven, if you weren't tuned in earlier, like a baby. So he can see me tonight. Yeah, so we were doing that. It shut off and it didn't save. So all the progress we had for that podcast was gone. And I tried to get Armand back, and our schedules just didn't align. By the time we could have, it was weeks after the trade, and I just said screw it. So when I was thinking about who to co-host with, unfortunately, Steven, you weren't my second choice, but you did it last year. And I think you enjoyed last year, but I don't want you to be I don't want it to feel like you have to come on. This year it was, though, because you were really my last option. But anyway, so I reached out to Armand. He couldn't do it. He had something going on. And that was when I reached out to you. I was like, I need you. It was like calling the bat signal. I was James Gordon putting the bat signal up in Gotham. Steven, I need you.
The best ability is availability. So
yeah.
I'm here. Ready to work.
So I'm happy you're here. I do believe you really enjoyed this last year. I know you're not a huge NFL guy.
Yeah, we had fun.
Yeah, and this year it'll be different. I'm not working. I was working during the draft last year. It was weird. This year I'm not. I'm free to do whatever I want. I will be doing, I guess, a little bit of work because I should mention that to any viewers. I don't think we have any viewers here right now. We got one, I think. Or maybe that's just me. Looks like it's one viewer. Can I see who it is? Doesn't look like it.
It's me.
Oh, no. You're on Skype.
I got it pulled up.
Oh, you got it pulled up live too. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so never mind then. But so what we're doing the same thing like we did last year. James and I are where we have our mock drafts. Steven, I should have asked if you wanted to join. We have our mock drafts here, and two separate ones, and we're gonna play a little game here. You get the pick right. That's a point. Whatever. Then, we'll do the individual player. We'll do if you got the position right and not the player. And then we'll do number of dudes you get correct that go in the first round. So it's a fun game. I think James took the crown in terms of correct picks.
I believe James did pretty well last year.
He did. I mean, he got 8 out of 32, which is pretty – I mean, that doesn't sound good, but it's pretty damn good.
If I remember right, he started 6 or 7.
We both did. I got 6 of the first 10 right. I was like, shit, we got 22 picks left, and I didn't get another one right after the 10th pick.
Just none.
I thought that was hilarious. James got 2. I can't remember. I know for sure one was Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I cannot remember what the other one was. He might have been Javin Kinlaw. I don't remember, but I know he finished with 8. And I went through mine ever since I started my blog, and all my mock drafts, the day of the draft, and only the first rounders, though. I did a 3-round one this year. I've done a 7 one time, and that was fucking miserable. I was like, I will never do this again.
That sounds horrible.
Yeah. And by the end of it, I just said, I don't give a fuck. This player's going here. This player's going here. This player's going here.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I went back and I found out I could not get over the hump of 6. I finished with 6 correct picks in the first round, 2 or 3 different times. Might be 4.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't get over the hump. And 6 out of 32 really isn't that bad. Hopefully. I think this year, I mean, I don't think I felt good about it last year. You never feel good about it, but I think I have a chance to get 6 right in the top 10 again. Then who the heck knows?
Yeah, I feel feel like that's kind of how it goes. You know, it's pretty obvious who the very obviously, you know, one, very obviously probably two, three, maybe probably pretty obvious, and then kind of extrapolate from there. But yeah, once it gets into
the weird thing about once it gets past a certain point, it becomes hard. I mean, and it's so subjective. You know, like one team might value the third guy as opposed to the draft analyst who valued the second guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But this year is tricky. Like we know San Francisco is when it gets interesting because we know San Francisco is likely going to take a quarterback. We just don't know who. We have no idea who.
Don't know which one yet.
It sounds like it's going to be Trey Lance. I talked myself into Justin Fields today, but it sounds like it's going to be Trey Lance. I should have stuck to my gun. But then who's at 4? Atlanta, if they keep the pick, I expect it to be Kyle Pitts. Then you get to 5. It should be either one of the offensive linemen or Jamar Chase. I think it'll be the offensive lineman. I'm not really confident in it, though. I'm 50-50. Then at 6, Miami should be Jamar Chase if he's there. If not, I don't really know. Probably one of the offensive linemen. 7 is Detroit. That's when I really don't know. Like they could go so many different ways. Does the draft start at 8 Eastern or 9 Eastern?
Looks like Goodell is walking out on the.
Oh, okay. I'm behind you. I'm still in the studio here. I don't have cable. Well, I have internet. I just don't have cable.
Yeah, I'm streaming right now. So
is he talking? Yeah, sounds like he's talking. So 7, Detroit could really do anything. I have no idea. 8, Carolina could be. Again, I have no idea. But there are guys there until you get to about late teens or in the 20s. There are guys there that I think a team is going to pick, like to fill a need, best player on the board. There's a guy there for a lot of these teams. But then once you get to the Jets, about 23, it becomes a crapshoot, I think.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
So I might as well just go ahead and address. Okay. So that's funny. No one knows what the hell's going on with Aaron Rodgers. Anyway, so I might as well just go ahead and address Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, let's talk about it.
It's been 15 minutes. I feel like I owe it to the people at this point. So originally, like, I'm not a big Adam Schefter guy. I don't know.
Sure.
You know, I'll say I think he has merit, but I'm more of an Ian Rappaport. If Rappaport's saying it, I believe it.
Yeah.
And so Schefter comes out with this report that Rodgers wants out of Green Bay. That was the wording he used. And I'm immediately like, no way. I'm not buying it. So then it turns out, Rappaport gets involved, Jay Glazer gets involved. It has legs. Like, I'm clearly admitting that. However, now the verbiage has changed from he wants out to he just doesn't want to return. And I shouldn't say just. It makes it seem like that's simple, but he doesn't want to go back.
He doesn't want to play.
Steven, you're a third party here, I feel like. And I'll admit, I'm probably looking too much into it. I think those are two totally different things. They sound like the same thing, but they're really not.
Yeah, the verbiage of wanting out and not wanting to return, I think you're right. I think it's more of a like an optics thing to me. Not wanting to return makes it feel like, to me, that something is that there's a disconnect between Rodgers and the front office. If that makes sense. I mean, it just and wanting out is just like I've had my run here. Rodgers obviously has played there for 15 years now or so. So something like that could be taken to think like I've had my time. They've got this quarterback.
By the way, I don't mean to interrupt you, but it sounds like Jacksonville is officially on the clock. Am I right?
They're still hollering at these folks.
Ian Rappaport says it's begun. So
from the Yeah, they are on the clock. This large woman is about to sit in the chair. They're on the clock.
Okay. Yes. So back to what you were saying, the verbiage.
Yes. The verbiage of I don't want to play here next year means a lot more to me than simply him saying I would like a trade. So I don't know how you feel about it, if you think it's actually going to happen or not, but I think it does happen. I don't, like you said, it's very new. So
I kind of distance myself from it. It's just a lot. People don't know what the hell they're. I want to say this right here, right now. People have come out of the woodwork in the since that report broke, 4 hours ago, roughly?
Yeah.
People have come out of the woodwork with these sources who are all of a sudden coming out and saying, oh, no way a deal gets done, because Rodgers wants an extension. That's the basis. He wants an extension. Green Bay and him have been off on the extension conversation, and he's fed up with it's more than just that. I do believe that. But it's more than that, but he's fed up. And now all of a sudden he wants, there's more to it. A source says that there's more to it. And first of all,
the reporting, it felt like got a lot more sensationalized over the course of the afternoon.
I did too. I mean, if you look at Ian Rappaport's tweets,
kind of blowing it up a little bit.
If you look at Schefter's tweets and Rappaport's tweets, I read them two totally different ways. Schefter is like it's finalized, it's it's done, whatever. But if you read Rappaport's, it's more like he's upset. You know what I mean?
It was almost more.
It was a much lighter version of the story.
Schefter is reporting it as fact, whereas Rappaport is reporting it as speculation.
Yeah, it wasn't. It's not. I don't think it's speculation, but I don't.
But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, like it's kind of more ongoing in the mind of Rappaport than it is in Schefter.
But yeah, back to what I was saying. Like Trey Wingo is one. Sources tell me that his time in Green Bay is done or whatever the fuck he said. I don't remember. And I'm like, first of all, where have y'all been? First of all, this isn't news to me. I'm a Green Bay fan. I follow the Packers very closely. I follow a lot of Green Bay beat writers who have been saying the negotiations aren't they're not on the same page. It has not been a huge deal as of yet. Rodgers went on McAfee a month ago, I want to say, and kind of downplayed it and was like, we're not there yet, Yeah. And then we go from that to all of a sudden these sources are coming out of nowhere. You're either making it up, and I lean more toward you're making it up. You're just trying to get involved at this point.
It's either there or it's not. And obviously it's very, very early. We'll see if something happens here, but like I said, it's either there or it's not. There's not really much gray area here.
And I'll be honest,
as the offseason goes, we'll kind of learn more about
I said I distanced myself. Now, once we were starting to crank things up here, I checked my phone, and my phone was blowing up, but my Twitter feed was blowing up with updates on Rodgers, and it was like, Rodgers is going to Denver. It's locked in, a matter of minutes. I was like, okay, well, we'll know. And I put my Aaron Rodgers shirt on as a potential in memoriam. This is more just out of support for him. Hope he stays in Green Bay, obviously. But I was like, well, I might as well. This might be the last time, last day of Rodgers in a Packers uniform. Report broke 6 minutes ago. Granted, by 9 News, I don't know who that is. Maybe something out of Denver. But Broncos are not in talks with Green Bay for Pro Bowl quarterback. So I just have a hard time. I just have a hard time seeing a deal get done because Green Bay is not going to get rid of him. I don't think so. He's coming off an MVP year. Why would they get rid of him? They don't want to deal with the drama, but I just don't see it. I don't see it.
I think at some point, you're right. I wasn't even thinking about, if you won the MVP last year.
Mm-hmm.
That's,
it would be different. I remember with Favre. Favre was clearly in decline. He did have a good year in 2007, and I remember when they drafted Rodgers in 2005, he had thrown like a record number of interceptions, which is saying something for Favre because that's all he did almost. He threw 2 touchdowns or an interception for every touchdown almost, it seemed. But it felt different. He was older. I think he was around 40. Rodgers is going to be 38 this year. I don't think so. Green Bay has been pretty adamant that I know they drafted Jordan Love last year. I don't think Jordan Love has anything to do with Green Bay's decision. I'm under the impression that they took him just because they liked him. He was the best player available. Say what you want about him. He was at that point. And that's a draft strategy. You take the best player available, and then best case scenario, you have the guy to succeed Rodgers. Worst case scenario, you get rid of him. Maybe you get your 4th round pick back that you traded up for. Especially in the last few weeks, maybe not when they drafted him, but in the last few weeks since the offseason, I have been under the impression that Love is not the successor.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
If he is great, I mean, okay.
If he is fine, totally great. This kind of feels... At the time, it felt like the situation that happened in 05 where Favre was not yet on the way out. They drafted Rodgers. I would assume at that point was probably the best available.
Yeah, definitely at that point.
They let him sit behind Brett Favre for a couple years.
It was 3 years.
And for 3 years, and then gave him the reins when. Well,
they saw. I mean, Favre retired, and then they were like, "Okay, well, we like Rodgers. We're going to give it a go with him." And I think within his first year as a starter, and you had the whole Favre debacle. 6 months later, he wanted to come back, and I think Green Bay was like, "No, we're fine with this guy. We'll just keep rolling with him." We got to move on at some point. There's probably really more the attitude. I'm not sure if they really thought they had something in Rodgers or not, but it was definitely, no, dude, we're set. This is training camp. Because I do remember, I think he came back in training camp.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, dude, this is training camp. We're going to roll with Rodgers. We're going to stick by him. And they traded him. So, and like I said, I don't think – I think Jordan Love has a little bit to do with Rodgers and his disgruntled – and that's another verbiage that's changed. It's now they use disgruntled a lot. Well, disgruntled isn't exactly wants out either. You know what I mean? I don't factor in disgruntled with that he wants out.
That's more unhappy, but we can find a common ground.
It's just so weird. I saw someone tweet it, and I completely agree. It's so weird. I get that he clearly, I think, has leaked this to stir the pot and to get Green Bay to cave on negotiations or something, whether it's negotiations or not, keep them involved, keep them in the loop on personnel decisions, whatever, which I don't think you should do, but that's me. Where was I going with that? So he's clearly done it to stir the pot. But the thing is that his contract is set up. He still has 3 more years left on his deal at a lot of money. He has no trade clause. Unlike Deshaun Watson, he has no trade clause. So let's pretend for a second Green Bay wants to move off him. They can send him anywhere they want. They can send him to the Jets for all they care. If the value is good. Green Bay has all the leverage right here. Either Rodgers plays or retires, or he faces a breach of contract. Now, you'll say, well, he can retire and come back. Don't quote me on this. I don't know how this works, but I believe if you retire and return and are still technically under contract for a team, that team still has rights to you. Oh, shit, I forgot about my dinner. I got it in the oven. So talk, Steven.
What are your thoughts? Yeah, I think it's – I don't know. Obviously, the contract stuff is about as confusing as possible. But like you keep saying, it's the verbiage of the reports and what Rodgers is saying and all these things that is really kind of sticking out to me. It's not like you said. It's well, yes, good for him, but he's already had a beautiful wife, and that movie star left him. So,
What was that?
my lovely pregnant wife said, Aaron Rodgers just wants to start his life with his beautiful new wife. And I said, yeah.
Is that? Hold on, hang on. You said that in our group text.
I
Did
did.
she text that?
Babe, I said that like 3 hours ago. But anyway, I mean, yeah. Hang on, we got a pick. I wonder
Oh,
who's
we do?
going to be.
Okay, so let's talk about this pick real quick. Jacksonville is on the clock here. Sorry, I'm all over the place. I'm cooking my dinner.
Jacksonville Jaguars select Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, that's not surprising. I was just about to say. We knew this was going to be the pick from the beginning. Steven, I'll bring you back in here for a quick second. We knew this was going to be the pick from the very beginning. I mean, we've known this about 3 years, really since 2018.
Let's say we've known this since he signed to play at Clemson. I mean, this.
And won the national championship as a freshman. Not surprising. He fills the need. Let's move on to the Jets. Let's keep talking about Rodgers.
This was always the target date.
Yeah.
For Trevor Lawrence and his new wife.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. So the reason why I brought that whole thing up with retiring is I was thinking about it because I'm sure people out there are like, well, he can just retire and come back. I'm really not sure that's the case. Case in point, Rob Gronkowski. Rob Gronkowski retired and came back. And remember, Tampa Bay didn't just sign him. They had to trade for him. They gave up a pick to get him. So I don't know how that happens. I would imagine, though, like Gronkowski must have been still under contract with New England.
I would bet, yeah. So, I don't know. Like I said.
So my point is, if Rodgers retires and came back, comes back, I should say, he still has to play for Green Bay.
Yeah.
Or Green Bay has to trade him, which they might. Who knows? But
his no trade clause, a full no trade clause, like.
I don't know. I saw it in an article that says he has no trade. He has a no trade. He doesn't have a no trade clause.
Got it.
So Rodgers could retire for the next 3 years and come back, but by that time he's 40. He hasn't played football in 3 years. I just don't see a team that's going to sign him.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I don't think I would either. He could be the next Jeopardy host. That's right.
Oh, I think I saw someone already say, I think it was Ed Warder, say, or GMs are expecting Green Bay to dig their heels in. And I agree because of what I just said. They have all the leverage right now.
They really do, yeah.
If everything I've read, if it's true he doesn't have a no-trade clause, if it's true that even if he retires, he still has to show up to Green Bay unless they trade him. Like, he can't trade himself. Green Bay's got to do it. He can talk about it all he wants if it's true.
That is true. I know Zach Wilson's so big.
Yeah, Zach Wilson's a big dude. So we're about 5 picks into the Jets here. Let's talk about the pick. I'm sick of Rodgers. I shouldn't say I'm sick of Rodgers. I'm sick of talking about Rodgers. I think it's been a little overblown. I 100% believe he is upset with Green Bay, with Green Bay's front office.
And I don't even know if I particularly blame them.
No, and I don't either.
First to admit this, they haven't really done the best job in the world of surrounding him with players.
See, so that's where I disagree.
Okay.
You can pull up, and I like Warren Sharp a lot, and he pulled up all the first-round picks Green Bay has used since 2012. And all but Jordan Love, except for Jordan Love, they've been defensive players. Well, and you can look at that and say, well, they haven't given him enough. Well, when you look at the roster this past year, he had the number 1 left tackle in David Bakhtiari. He had the number 1 center in Corey Linsley, who Green Bay did let walk, but that's another conversation. They did let him go this offseason. He had the number 1 center. He had the number 1 wide receiver in Devontae Adams. He had a top 10 running back in Aaron Jones. He had I don't know if I would say a top 10 tight end, but a blossoming tight end in Robert Tonyan. He had one of the best head coaches in the game. I think Matt LaFleur has proven that. top 10 head coach probably. What do you mean they haven't given him enough?
Well, maybe right now.
Not, and I don't mean you specifically, but
yeah, I mean, you're right. But
and not only that, they've kept those guys around. They paid David Bakhtiari in the fall. They didn't pay Corey Linsley, but he was a 30-year-old center. They wanted to move on and spend some money elsewhere to keep Aaron Jones. They kept Aaron Jones. They're going to extend Davante Adams here in a bit, I think. I mean, if you want to argue outside of Davante Adams, okay. I think you're splitting hairs, but
yeah, I don't know. And I do think at some point, no matter how great a player is, they run their course with a team. Tom Brady ran his course with the New England Patriots and decided he wasn't done playing. I mean, Peyton Manning did the same thing with the Indianapolis Colts. I mean, there's not.
I'm going to give this a try real quick.
It's not it's not. Players can't play for forever.
Does that work? Can you see me?
I can't see you. I'm looking at Texas.
All right. We'll try this.
But, that's the nature of long-term players like that. I mean, at some point, they're just going to have to move on. And it gets made a big deal out of every single time that happens. And, like I said, I obviously think it's a little sensationalized and a little over the top, but, these things happen. No need to drive it into the ground. But, that seems like this may be where it's heading to me. But I mean, obviously I understand from your standpoint the passion and the defensiveness, I guess.
It's not that I'm defensive. James was bugging me about this earlier, like especially after the Schefter tweet. He was like, "This is it. It's over. Like the chapter is over. Like the book is ended. The era is done in Green Bay for Aaron Rodgers." And I just remember, I just said, "I'm just not so sure." And he kept telling me, "You're in denial. You're in denial. You're in denial." And it's not so much. I don't think I'm in denial. Like I'm not attached to Aaron Rodgers. I love him, if that makes sense. I love him, but I'm attached to Green Bay, to the Green Bay Packers. I'm not attached to Aaron Rodgers. If he truly wants out, by all means, let's get rid of him, in my opinion. Let's move on. Let's start this thing over. I even had a blog post about that after losing in the NFC Championship again. Zach Wilson. Okay, so Jets pick Zach Wilson. Not surprising. He's been kind of the consensus number 2 quarterback in the draft after Trevor Lawrence. This is really interesting. I like Zach Wilson, but I worry about him in New York. He's from Utah, I would imagine kind of a small-town guy, unless he's from Salt Lake, but still, New York's a different atmosphere altogether.
Yeah. Well,
I worry about him. I do. I just don't think it's a great fit, and I worry he's going to struggle. But I love his tape. He's got a huge arm.
I think the game plays.
Yeah, I think he can play. I really do.
I think the personality may be where you're.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Yeah. So now San Francisco. This is where it gets very interesting.
This is where it kind of goes. Could go off the rails a little bit. What do you think? Do you think they go quarterback, or do you think they go?
Oh, it's going to be a quarterback.
It's going to be a quarterback.
I said when James and I podcasted on.
You can't trade up and not, this.
Yeah, on what was it, Tuesday or yesterday, maybe? No, it was Tuesday. I'll be the most shocked I've ever been if they don't pick a quarterback. Like, you don't move up that far, give up 2. Everyone says 3 first-round picks. You're really giving up just 2. But you don't do that to not take a quarterback in today's game. Maybe back in the 80s, but not today. So, it's going to be Mac Jones or Trey Lance or Justin Fields. The rumors have been Mac Jones for weeks, but I don't really believe them because, I mean, ever since John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan took over in San Francisco, they've kept leaks under wraps. Like, we haven't really known what the 49ers were going to do, with the exception of Nick Bosa, but that was a no-brainer.
That one was, because that was what, the number 2?
That was the number 2 overall pick. We haven't really known. You mean to tell me now they're going to start leaking stuff out? I just don't buy it. I think it's a smoke screen. I think, and it sounds like Vegas agrees. The talk today is that they believe it's going to be Trey Lance. And I would love to be proven right because I've said for a year now Trey Lance was going to be picked before Justin Fields. Everyone has mocked me, but I would love to be right. Somewhat right, I guess.
Yeah,
because I wavered on that opinion in my personal mock draft today.
Yeah.
So that's why I say somewhat right.
I think I'm kind of going back and forth with this too. Whether I think it'll be Justin Fields, I think it'll be Mac Jones, I think it'll be Trey Lance. I played with the possibility of them taking like Penei Sewell, but that
no.
Not very quickly. It was obviously not going to happen, especially after they traded up and things like that. So I think you're probably right in that Trey Lance is probably the pick because I really do think of the 3 of those players, Trey Lance is probably the best pro prospect. I know playing at North Dakota State you don't see him all that often, but he's big, he's mobile, he can make all the throws.
I'm a huge fan of Trey Lance.
I got something that Mac Jones and Justin Fields.
He's had. I know he went to. Everyone's going to say FCS. I'm not a huge believer in, or I shouldn't say that. I'm a big believer in the term football's football. I don't care what level it is. I know the competition's not very good in FCS compared to FBS and the kind of play or the opponents that Trevor Lawrence was facing. But if you can play, you can play. If you're making the right reads, like that doesn't change no matter like the level of competition. Now, like as I've said with James, are you making tight throws in FCS? Because you are going to have to correct that. Like you can't be making that throw in the NFL. Like, and that's something you can correct. Hey, that play might work at North Dakota State. It ain't going to work here.
It's not going to work in the AFC West.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I think it's Trey Lance here. But it wouldn't surprise me if it was Mac Jones. I'll say that.
No, I wouldn't either because that's been the rumor for weeks. Yeah. I'm wavering on Justin Fields. I saw some chatter on social media that it was going to be Justin Fields, and I relented. And James even told. So we did our collective podcast where I gave 2 picks and then he gave 2 picks and we kind of played off each other. And I started it with the number 3 overall pick. And I was like, I think it's going to be Trey Lance. And he was like, Shane, I guarantee you it's going to be Justin Fields. And I said, okay, and he talked me into it. I changed my pick to Justin Fields on my personal mock draft, not for our collective. But so I changed it. That fucker sends me his mock draft today and has Trey Lance going to San Francisco. And I was like, you son of a bitch.
He's playing mind games with you, Shane.
I know. That's funny. And it wasn't just him. Like, the media all of a sudden changed it to, no, it sounds like it's going to be Trey Lance. I was like, you fuckers. You said yesterday it was going to be Justin Fields. Oh, I got my dinner, I think. Should be ready now. So talk, Steven. I almost called you James.
Yeah. I don't. And I'll say this: they're taking much longer than. Well, I say that, and then the pick is now in. But they got deep in the timeline there. That's probably more of a TV thing than anything else.
Yeah,
but
I'm not sure I've ever seen a team forfeit their pick, and not get it in on time. I think the NFL's pretty lenient on it. Because I think most of the reason, or part of the reason, I should say, why it takes so long is because they're, like, telephoning it in.
That's a good point. So, but yeah, I mean, it's just so it's such kind of it's so 50-50 for me here. Because like I said, I do think that Trey Lance is the better pro prospect of the three remaining quarterbacks.
I personally think. I mean, if you want to go, James and I had this conversation. If you want to go most pro-ready, it's probably Mac Jones. No, it's not probably. It is Mac Jones. Problem is he doesn't have a very high ceiling. Lance and Fields have very high ceilings. I personally think Lance has a slightly higher ceiling than Justin Fields, but that's a totally different argument. I don't think there's much of a drop-off between the two.
I would agree.
And I've been in trouble with this because I used to be under the impression go with the most pro-ready. I've completely changed my opinion. If you're like, go with the highest ceiling. If you think he can be that good, go get him. Selection.
Let's see where Roger here says.
Okay, Trey Lance. All right. Well, all right. So I was wrong. I shouldn't have wavered. I should have stuck to my gut.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed in myself. I really am. But so Trey Lance, I really like Trey Lance. I mean, he's had one year as a starter in college football at 19 years old. He had something like 20-some touchdowns, no interceptions. I think he's very good.
Yeah, and the thing is about North Dakota State, it's not – that's not an FCS program.
No, it's an FBS program, let's be honest.
That's the way that they dominate the league that they play in, really the division that they play in, the way that they're coached, the way that they prepare. That's the argument that people make is, oh, he play, like you said, he plays against lesser competition. He plays against.
And I think that's a little valid, but I don't think at the end of the day that's a huge deal.
No, I really don't either. Because you look at guys that played at smaller schools, FCS schools.
Well, I say he didn't have an interception. Looks like he just threw one though, in some of the highlights. But everyone has said he hasn't thrown an interception in college, so maybe it was a penalty and it was called back.
If it was this year in the spring, or I don't know.
Well, and he was going to start this year, obviously with COVID. Season got pushed back to the spring. He ended up just opting out. I really like him, like I said. I think he's got a huge ceiling, and I'm happy to be somewhat right. I said Lance was going to go before Fields a year ago. I wavered on my own pick, but it doesn't matter. I was still somewhat right. So now Atlanta is up. Unless they trade this pick, and all indication seems they're not going to at this point, it's going to be Kyle Pitts.
You think I'm about to say it's Kyle Pitts, right?
Yeah. It's not what – like I said in our podcast earlier this week, it's not what I would do. I would go with one of the offensive linemen. They're more valuable than a player like Pitts, but, Pitts is the best player on the board at this point. It definitely doesn't hurt. I think he's a matchup nightmare. I think he'll be a really good player. I'd just rather beef up the O-line. That's me, though. I have an old school way of thinking.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way. I think you got to protect, especially an aging quarterback like Matt Ryan.
Trey Lance, fifth youngest quarterback selected in NFL draft history, 20 years old, almost 21.
I did not know he was that young. Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
10 days away from being 21. I believe. I mean, it said 20 years and 355 days. I'm assuming it was 10 days. Who knows? I know the calendar is like 365 and a third or something.
You can do math, right? We're good at math.
No, we're not, but it might be 11. I don't know. Leap year was last year. I don't know how. Well, I think it would be 11 days if it wasn't a leap year, I guess, but potentially 11. It depends on how the calendar. We're just going to go with 10.
We'll go with 10. I think you're probably right. Now that the three quarterbacks are gone, best available. Because I don't even think that Atlanta desperately needs a tackle.
No, but Jake Matthews isn't getting any younger.
they could take a tackle, but like I said, I think it's best available now, and that's Pitts.
Yeah. I'd be very surprised if it wasn't Pitts here. If it was a quarterback, I'd be shocked. That was rumored for a while. But after they restructured Matt Ryan's deal, they restructured him to where they gave him more money in future years. You know, they spread it out like 1 or 2 more years, gave him more money. Just hard for me to believe that they're going to move off him, you know, in a year or maybe 2. But it just seems hard to believe that they'd go quarterback here. That's me. But I'm a Green Bay fan. We did it last year.
The storybook ending here would be Justin Fields. He's from Atlanta, went to Georgia, got, you know.
Is he from Atlanta? I thought he was from Kennesaw.
That's basically.
Is it? I thought it was like on the border of Alabama, Georgia.
No.
Is it not?
Kennesaw,
Okay.
About 30 minutes north of Atlanta.
Okay. I thought it was on the border, not really near Atlanta.
Justin Fields he is from Kennesaw, but Kennesaw is definitely within the Atlanta metro area.
Okay. I'll take your word for it. I'm not that familiar with Atlanta. I've been there a few times, but I'm not super familiar with it.
Like I said, that would be the storybook ending here. I just don't think.
Does he want to go back to Atlanta? He left Georgia because apparently there are a bunch of racists there.
He left Georgia because he wasn't playing.
I know, but he used that as an excuse.
Well, it's an excuse. But yeah, I just, like you said, they restructured Matt Ryan's deal. Matt Ryan's really not all that old. I mean, he's certainly not a spring chicken anymore, but he's got some years left he's got some tread left on the tires. So I think you go best available here. Shore up. You get a guy that will you immediately be able to plug in and be able to make plays for your offense. Like they need any more guys to make plays in passing attack, but hey, how can one more hurt? So yeah, I think it's Kyle Pitts.
I'm texting some people. Hang on. All right, pick is in. Yeah, I mean it should be Pitts. I don't like dead air, but I can't do both. I can't text and talk.
Yeah, we go at the same time, Shaner?
I don't think so.
Gumdroj.
Rodgers coming out.
I don't know why they're making him walk so damn far.
I mean, who knows? Cleveland probably has it set up weird.
Yeah. I think I'm a couple seconds behind.
It's Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts.
I get alerts on my phone. All right, so that's what we expected. I think this dude is not happy, I guess. I don't know if he's a Tampa or New Orleans or Carolina fan or what, but he's not happy that Pitts is going to Atlanta. I don't even know who this – I know the guy on the left is Golick Jr. I don't know who this African-American male is on the right. I don't even know who the girl is in the middle.
Are you not watching ESPN?
I thought I was. I was gonna say this is a weird setup. Then it says ESPN. I'm not getting Goodell though. So I must. What channel is it on?
It's definitely on ESPN.
Mine says, "Oh, I'm on Sports Nation." Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, yikes.
Okay. Well, when I went to my app, my ESPN app on my Fire Stick, that was the first thing that popped up. You know, NFL draft, whatever, day one. What were we talking about? All right, so yeah, Kyle Pitts. I mean, I think he's going to be a really good player. Matchup nightmare, but
6'6" and running 4'3". There's
Yeah.
not many in the league are going to be able to cover you.
he's going to be a problem for opposing defenses. It's just not what I would have done. I mean, I would beef up the O-line. But, going to be a really good player. Hard to complain. Now Cincinnati is on the clock. It's probably going to be offensive line or Jamar Chase. I'd be pretty surprised if they went Jamar Chase, but those have been the rumors the last few weeks is that they're going to take Chase.
Reuniting with his college quarterback, not that matters much, but I would probably – you've got a young quarterback who just tore his ACL, which you spent a number 1 overall draft pick on. I would probably go Penei Sewell here. Like you said, it's a position of need. It's a valuable pick. It's the best of that position group. It's something that you need. I would go Penei Sewell here, but it would not surprise me if they go Jamar Chase here. AJ Green's not getting any younger, and I don't think T. Higgins has what it takes to be a number 1 in the NFL. So Jamar Chase wouldn't surprise me, but I think it's Penei Sewell.
I mean, he fills a need. I mean, they could use a receiver, but again, we get to the argument I was making with Kyle Pitts. It's just not what I would do. I'd beef up the O-line. I saw a great meme, and it showed, Burrow. It was a cartoon. It was Burrow dropping back, Sewell blocking for him, and it showed Burrow throwing, and the receiver said, anyone. However, Burrow dropping back and anyone blocking for him led to a sack, and then it showed Jamar Chase open, down the field, but the ball didn't get to him. That's the basics of football. You start from the ball out, and it's really become an issue. It's annoyed me, really, in the last 5 to 6 years. We've overvalued pass catchers. I'm not saying having good ones aren't valuable, but you can find those guys later. You know what you can't find? Usually, a really good left tackle. You can't, you got to protect your quarterback in today's game.
Especially one coming off of injury.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. Do you want to go through the same thing again? Do you want Joe Burrow to get hurt and miss some time? Because that's what's going to happen if you don't address the offensive line.
You got to protect. I think you're right. I think it's got to be Sewell.
It could be Slater. I really like Slater too. Slater can play any position. That's why I think he would fit really well in Cincinnati. Because Cincinnati, I will say this, already has a pretty good left tackle in Jonah Williams. The rest of their line is trash, though. So you could go Slater, slide him to right tackle, slide him inside. He's more versatile. He fits Cincinnati more than Sewell. But you could also put Sewell at left tackle, slide Jonah Williams inside. Because a lot of people, when Jonah Williams came out in 2019, saw him as more of a guard anyway. A few people said that. I remember listening to a guy that said, hey, I think I listened to his podcast, Matt Miller, who now works at ESPN, I believe. I don't know if he's doing the show or not. I haven't seen yet. But he talked to a guy, in the NFL and said, Jonah Williams is my number 1 left tackle or offensive tackle in the draft. And the guy responded to him and said, he's a guard. And Matt Miller was like, why? And he said, his arms aren't long enough. And Matt Miller said, his arms are 33 inches. That's the typical tackle size. And the guy responded, well, the numbers now is 36 inches. And Matt Miller responded, who the fuck do you know with 36-inch arms? Yeah, sure, you want that, but those guys don't exist.
No. You're playing power forward, not offensive tackle.
Other way around. Oh, with 36-inch arms, you mean.
You got 36-inch arms.
Yeah.
Playing tackle. You're playing power forward.
I follow
you.
And so Jonah Williams has been a really good or a pretty good left tackle for Cincinnati. So, but they could also slide him inside, put Sewell. It depends. I don't think they could go wrong with either guy. And they really couldn't go wrong with Jamar Chase either. I just don't believe in doing that.
I think go wrong is that they don't choose one of those two. I think if they get if they get cued and go.
And Chase will be a good player, but you better be addressing that O-line at some point, like hard.
I agree.
You know, like your next 6 picks, assuming you have 7 picks for each round, you know, 1 for each round. Assuming you have 6 more picks, you can't go wrong with using every single one of them on offensive line.
No, you really can't.
So then we get to we pretty much talked about who we think the pick's going to be here, and breaking down who it could be. Pick is in already. Let's talk about something else, I guess. Until then, I need to start drinking. I feel busy.
Surprised that you had.
Well, I can. Yeah, I mean, I can. I don't know. I think I hustled over here with San Francisco because I was curious about the pick, and I've just stuck around ever since. I need to eat, though. I'm hungry. And I need to start drinking.
Yeah, I think we're waiting for our dinner to cool down, apparently. Sure, Sarah has planned. Oh, well.
So I made something. My mom made this recipe. It's like nachos, but instead of tortilla chips, take a guess what it is. Did you hear me?
Honestly, I have no idea.
Oh, okay. Just making sure you heard me.
I can't think of anything else that nachos goes on. Chips.
Hang on a sec. I'm getting there. I'm getting the cheese out. I forgot to get the cheese out. I'll show it to you here. All right, so this is what my mom found this recipe online. So instead, it's like nachos, but instead of tortilla chips, it's tater tots, if you can see that.
Okay.
Oh, whoops. I dropped you.
Over. That's rude.
All right, pick is in.
That's just like a bar dish.
Yeah, I would say so.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, let's
So like
see.
Jamar Chase. Oh, wow. All right.
Jamar Chase.
Not what I would have done, but screw it.
No, me neither.
Hey, I mean, he's going to be a really good player. I mean, I'm not going to deny that. And he's got chemistry with Burrow. It makes sense to a degree.
We're dope. Yeah, I don't, he's wearing sunglasses indoors at night, but, that's a different story for a different time.
We got 3 hours. It's time to start drinking.
There's Coach
So
like I said, I wouldn't even say it feels a need. This is probably best available now, and he's the best wide receiver on the board.
For sure.
In my estimation, at least. And as much as we just said that, pass catchers have kind of been overvalued, very, very good pass catchers are never overvalued. You can never go wrong with getting somebody that you can get the ball to. And I feel like Jamar Chase is a guy that that you can get the ball to. So, like I said, I don't think it's a bad pick.
No.
It's not certainly. I don't think it's what either one of us would have done if we were the GM of the Cincinnati Bengals.
No.
But it's certainly not a bad pick.
No, I mean, I've said it, he's going to be a really good player. He's going to be a number one option. This is not – I'm not going to fault Cincinnati here. He feels a need, but it's just not what I would do. Simple as that. Just not what I would do. I'm a big believer in building from the ball out.
Yeah, and I'm the same way, but
get your quarterback. Obviously, it doesn't. It starts with the quarterback. Then you get your beef up the O line, beef up the trenches in general. Then you get your guys on the perimeter.
Then you get skill position guys. Yeah, we'll see. All right, now it's my turn to get dinner. I'll be right back.
Yeah. So pick is already in for Miami. That was fast. So Miami, the board here has not fallen their way.
Going to be Jalen Waddle.
I don't think so. Sewell and Slater are right there. It could be Waddle. I mean, I saw a rumor this week that they were thinking Waddle. But Miami has had – I'll put myself up now. So Miami has had offensive line problems. They drafted Austin Jackson last year, who was, I guess, fine as a rookie. I just don't think he's a long-term left tackle. So if I'm Miami, I'm taking Penei Sewell here or Rashawn Slater, probably Penei Sewell. He's a true left tackle. And I'm going to slide Austin Jackson inside. Some people considered Austin Jackson to be a guard last year. They tried him, who could potentially play tackle, but I would want to play him inside, get Sewell on the left tackle. Then you're starting to get a good O-line in Miami. It could be Jalen Waddle. I mean, I think Rashawn Slater would be good. It's probably going to be Slater, Sewell, or Waddle. I'd be pretty surprised if it was anyone else. Pick is already in, though. Yeah, I mean, that's basically the gist. Oh, you're back. Okay, so I'll bring the camera back down a little bit. I hate that you wore St. Louis Blues.
We got the cup.
What's that?
We got the cup.
We got the cup. I'm jealous.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, and it's kind of the same conversation that we were having with Cincinnati. They have a young quarterback that they need to protect, and obviously it's a little bit different because you're thinking right tackle instead of left tackle because Tua is left-handed, but
it doesn't matter. Like that's an old way of thinking.
If you are in that position, like you said, old school strategy says you think from the ball out, and shoring up that offensive line, making sure you're protecting your quarterback that you just spent a first-round draft pick on last year. Would be smart, but I just think that Miami needs playmakers. I think that the same thing just happened with Cincinnati. I think that Jalen Waddle has chemistry with Tua. Obviously, they're playing together at Alabama. I think that means something. I think you get in there, get an instant connection between quarterback and receiver, and I think that's the way I would go. But you make good points with Sewell, you make good points with Slater. So we'll see what way they go. This is kind of the first one where you and I differ, though.
Yeah. No, you're 100% right about Waddle. I mean, he's the definition of a playmaker. I wouldn't be shocked if he's a pick at all, and I wouldn't hate it because I do think Austin Jackson showed you a little something at left tackle last year. I just don't think he's a long-term or true left tackle. I think you'd be better drafting Sewell and moving Jackson inside.
A true left tackle, yeah.
So pick, is he coming out here?
Not quite yet. He's taking his time.
Okay.
There. No, now he is.
I don't have anything yet on my phone. Okay. Jalen Waddle. All right, you're right. Okay. I mean, I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Who's the draft expert now?
You, apparently. I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. William would love me admitting that. So, yeah, I've gotten 2 right so far. Not looking good for me. Okay. Detroit, I'd be pretty surprised if they don't go O-line here with Waddle off the board. They don't necessarily need O-line help because they already have a really good left tackle in Taylor Decker. But Waddle's, all the pass catchers are off the board. I don't know who else it could be. It's got to be O-line here, I think.
Yeah. I mean, if you think they're going pass catchers, the next one who is probably Devontae Smith.
Yeah, and I just don't think he's going to go in the top 10.
I don't think that's the play here.
By the way, so I want to show you these. So these are Texas hard seltzers. Yes, we drink hard seltzers on this podcast. I saw him already drinking a White Claw. This is a Texas hard seltzer called Ranch Water. I don't know if you've seen these or not.
Well, yeah, I've seen them. I don't think I've had them before yet, though.
Yeah, I think they only sell them in Texas. I want it to be shown here, Ranch Water. If you want to sponsor this shitty podcast, feel free to go ahead. I love your product. It's really good. I think it might be better than White Claw. I'm impressed.
Good.
They got 4 different flavors. The original here is like more of a lime flavor. And then
Okay, that's just
what?
they are currently comparing Jalen Waddle to Tyreek
Oh,
Hill.
yeah. They always do that with like short, fast guys. There's only one speed. Like Tyreek Hill's a different class of speed. We need to stop comparing him.
But whenever Anthony Schwartz goes in this draft, he will no longer be alone in a clash. Because Anthony Schwartz.
I've seen up and down reviews about him. Like he shows it sometimes. He's fast, but then sometimes you can't see him. Like you don't know he's even on the field.
He can't catch all that well.
That'll kind of slow you down.
He doesn't run all that great of routes.
Pick is in for Detroit.
But he stepped out onto the pro day field at Auburn and ran a 4.25.
So he was among. I sent it to James today. He was among a list of names that are like someone leaked, like expect these guys to be drafted higher than expected after talking to some front offices. And Schwartz was on there. Does that mean first round? I highly doubt it.
I sincerely doubt it.
Yeah, but does that mean like round 2? Probably.
Maybe second round, third round, yeah.
Well, he was kind of already in the third round range anyway. But yeah, like mid-second round, maybe early second round, I think absolutely.
I think if you have a team that just falls in love with him and has a maybe they think they can find a unique way to use him, yeah.
There were the 4 other names. I wouldn't be shocked. One, I would be pretty surprised. The other 3, I wouldn't be surprised if they made it in the first round. One of them was the big-ass offensive tackle from Northern Iowa, Spencer Brown. He's like 6'9", 300 pounds.
Yeah.
I'd be pretty surprised if he made it in the first round. But he's really athletic and huge. Teams might just really like that and take him in the first round. Another was Creed Humphrey, the center from Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if he goes in the first round.
Center's a little thin this year, too. And
Who were the other guys? I forgot now.
You're asking the wrong person. I'm just good at predicting picks.
Yeah, apparently. Where did I see that? Maybe it was a link I sent James, and not a picture. All right, so Schwartz, Humphrey, Brown, Javon Holland, the safety from Oregon. I would be pretty surprised if he made it in the first round, but he's really athletic. And then the other guy is an offensive lineman, Liam Eichenberg from Notre Dame. I wouldn't be surprised if he goes first round either. Another kind of – a lot of athleticism in this draft class, and I think that's partially because of the no combine.
Mm-hmm.
But even then, I don't – like I told this to James, like, how much would a combine really have, like, eliminated dudes, from being considered elite athletes? Maybe, quite a few, I'm sure, but, probably no more than, 50.
No. You don't really see guys lose all that much draft status because they have a bad athletic combine. They run a bad 40. Or they
depends on the position.
Yeah. It's
O-line, no. especially in the interior. But like a corner, yeah, or a receiver, yeah. If you don't run a good 40, you don't really show off any, really good athleticism.
You have a bad position drill, yeah. You can fall there, but
quarterback is another one. I don't think they really care all that much if you're athletic.
Yeah.
All right, picking them for the Lions.
We're going to talk about Lions. Shoot, man. Jared Goff. I think they go Sewell here.
Yeah, I'd be pretty surprised. Yeah, Penei Sewell.
He's probably best available.
He's the best available. Kind of fills a need. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, either.
Maybe he doesn't walk in and play left tackle right away like we say, but you can. He's like 6'5", 330. I can't imagine he can't slide inside or play right tackle. All right, so now Carolina. This should be Slater, but Justin Fields, I think it really might be Justin Fields here.
Yeah,
Slater is kind of not a wild card. I think it's Slater or Fields.
Especially with the Teddy Bridgewater trade. I think since he fell to them, I think they're going Justin Fields here.
Yeah, I agree. He fell right in their lap. And
since he is available.
I talked about this earlier in the week. I really like David Tepper, who's the owner of the Panthers, and he's been pretty adamant about getting a star quarterback since becoming the owner. And this offseason, he tried to get Carson Wentz. He tried to get Deshaun Watson. I'm not calling Carson Wentz a star. I'm just saying he has star qualities. Or could be a star, I should say. But Deshaun Watson is a star. He ended up with Sam Darnold. We don't really know if Sam Darnold is any good or not because he hasn't, I don't think, been given a fair deal with the Jets. Odds are he's likely not going to get much better. But we don't really know. So I don't mind him taking a chance on him. But what better way to ensure that you get a star quarterback like you want than trade for Sam Darnold, who was taken number 3 overall, and then draft Justin Fields, who has star qualities. I mean, it helps your odds of getting a really good quarterback.
Agree.
Yeah.
And like I said, especially since he did kind of fall in their laps. I mean,
yeah.
I think it's Fields or I don't know. It could be.
It's probably going to be, if it's not Fields, maybe Slater.
Slater, outside shot of like a J.C. Horn, maybe.
Yeah, for real. Yeah.
Although I don't even know if Bradbury is still.
No, he's with the Giants. They need a corner. You're not wrong.
Yeah, outside shot of J.C. Horn, but like you said, Fields or Slater probably make the most sense here.
Got a minute and a half to pick still.
If they wanted to have their I guess the best way I can rationalize the J.C. Horn pick.
No, J.C. Horn's a really good player. If he's the first corner off the board, it would not shock me at all.
No, not. And that's what I'm saying is if they decide, hey, we want a corner in the first round and no corners have been taken, he's the best one on the board. Wouldn't surprise me at all if they take him. But like you said, I would bet, and I'll probably say that this will be Justin Fields.
Yeah, I think so too.
Slater wouldn't surprise me if they're gonna roll with Darnold, who, like you said, has shown some things. Really, probably didn't get much of a fair shake in New York, which not many people get a fair shake with the Jets. But he can certainly. I don't think he can take you deep in the playoffs, but he can certainly win you football games. You know, we'll see.
You talking Darnold?
Darnold, yeah. Darnold.
Yeah, I mean, are you going to win the Super Bowl with him? Probably not. But could he take you to the playoffs and maybe win a game? Sure.
Because
that's assuming that where was I going with that? That's assuming that, like he takes a big step forward. Right now, no, I don't think Sam Darnold really does them anything.
And I think he could. Getting out of New York, Sam Darnold.
I really like Joe Brady too. He's the offensive coordinator down there.
He is, yeah. I'm glad he's out of the SEC. And I think Sam Darnold could take a step forward. Not certainly not a huge bounding leap for that. Because it's kind of the same thing that we were talking about with Zach Wilson. Although he's not like a small town kid by any means, so he's a West Coast guy. He never really felt like he belonged in New York. And then the whole mono thing happened, and it just kind of snowballed on the poor guy. So I think getting out of New York, getting out of that media shitstorm that city is, especially for ball players and even more especially for quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I think he could take a step forward, play better.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a dude who really needs a change of scenery. Yeah. It's Sam Darnold. I mean, I hope it works out for him just so that I can say I was somewhat right again.
Yeah.
Because I was a big Sam Darnold guy when he came out. But, yeah, I mean, obviously he hasn't lived up to the hype, and I'm willing to admit I was wrong about him. But this gives me hope that maybe I'll be right. All right, pick is in. Goodell's heading out there. Oh, you were right. J.C. Horn. I'm not shocked at all. I'll say I'm surprised that they didn't take Fields here, but I'm not shocked Horn is the first corner off the board.
It's a surprise in that
I really like J.C. Horn. I think he's going to be really good.
Yeah, no, I totally agree.
And he's a local guy. Well, I don't know about local, where he's really from, but he went to South Carolina, so local guy.
So, I mean, it's from Duluth, Georgia. That's where he's from. Okay.
Okay, so now this gets interesting. I don't mean to interrupt you with.
This is where things could go awry here.
So if it's true that Denver is in on Aaron Rodgers, expect a trade here, or they take Justin Fields and either he sticks in Denver and they don't trade for Aaron Rodgers, or they send him to Green Bay, I think.
How would you feel about that?
I wouldn't mind it at all. Again, like what we were saying with Darnold and Fields. Who knows if Love is going to be the guy or not? I would imagine probably not. But with Fields there, assuming they trade Rodgers to Denver, with Fields there, you actually have a competition.
Yeah, you do. And it's
and I liked Fields more than I really did Love coming out.
It's two guys.
I thought Love had a high ceiling, but I think Fields' ceiling is higher, and he's probably better right now.
Yeah. So this could get interesting. Of course, they just traded for Teddy Bridgewater. I don't know if that makes any difference.
I've heard it doesn't. I forgot it that they traded for Bridgewater.
So
I think that rules out Rodgers because I don't think Green Bay would take Bridgewater.
No, I don't either.
To me, that's not appealing. If I'm Green Bay, because Bridgewater used to be in the NFC North. They played him twice a year for 2 years, 3 years. They know what he is. I mean, they know what he is right now anyway. but like he's a veteran. He's not going to get you anything. He's a bridge quarterback. I'd just rather have a younger guy with a lot more promise than Bridgewater. I was never a big Bridgewater guy.
Yeah.
Even at Louisville, I just never thought he was that good.
You know what wouldn't surprise me here?
I wouldn't be
if they are out on Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
If they're not going to take Justin Fields.
Yeah.
Roll with Teddy Bridgewater.
Mm-hmm.
Like Patrick Surtain wouldn't surprise me.
Yes,
here.
I was just about to say Patrick Surtain.
We're looking at corner, and J.C. Warren just went off the board. Surtain wouldn't surprise me here.
No, and they could really use a corner, and they only signed Kyle Fuller to a 1-year deal. So that's going to be a need next year, assuming you don't re-sign him.
You know who wouldn't surprise me either would be like Slater wouldn't surprise me here.
No, not at all. Yeah, that's there are a few guys here. Fields, I would say Fields, Slater, and Surtain here.
Surtain, maybe a outside shot like Devontae Smith, but I don't think.
They used their first 2 picks on receivers last year, and they already have Cortland Sutton. I doubt it.
Yeah. So I think those 3, Surtain, Fields, maybe Slater, or we can get real weird and there's going to be a trade.
You got 3 minutes. I feel like trades are usually announced at this point.
I hope there's
because they've had what 8? So they've had 80 minutes.
Yeah.
To do a trade. Usually those are announced, like those are already like done by now, and then they just wait till the team is on the clock, and then they announce, oh, by the way, there's a trade. Green Bay actually has, or so and so actually has this pick.
Yeah.
I would say there's not a trade.
Boy, does Denver need an edge rusher?
Not really. I mean, Von Miller's getting older. You can never have enough edge rushers, in my opinion. But this isn't a great defensive line class.
It's really not. It's not deep at all.
It's really not even top. Like it's not even like it's top heavy either. There's really just not a lot of good players or a lot of good defensive linemen in it.
Yeah.
Like I like Christian Barmore a lot. I think he's like a top 15 talent, and for whatever reason, he's sliding in the draft. Or probably will slide in the draft, I'll say. I really like Jalen Phillips, the edge rusher from Miami. If he can stay healthy, I think a team would get a steal in him. But that's me.
Yeah. This is I don't know this. I'm stumped on this one.
I would imagine it's Fields.
Yeah.
Everyone's blowing up my phone.
Yeah, we're getting blown up here.
We haven't changed. We're still at 1 viewer. I don't give a shit either. I still enjoy this.
Yeah, we're having fun.
I need to quit acting like there's millions watching. My dad's bugging me about who all's been picked so far. I have no idea why, but I've wanted to call Zach Wilson Kyle Wilson this entire offseason. Why do I want to do that? Is there an actor named Kyle Wilson, like someone famous named Kyle Wilson? Did we go to school with a Kyle Wilson?
No.
I don't know why. Like, I'm dead serious. I've done this quite a few times. All right, pick is in for Denver.
Yeah, I'll go Surtain.
I'm going to stick with Fields.
Surtain.
I think they're sick of Drew Lock.
Yeah.
Oh, Cincy. Jamar Chase. Great player. Just not what I would do. We've gotten 2 picks right. That's not good.
Yeah, it's pretty rough, Chase. Or call me Chase, Shane.
You want to call me Chase?
Chase. Chase is my best friend. Was my best man in my wedding, and he's like actively having a baby. His wife. Not yet.
Patrick Surtain. Wow, dude, you were on the fucking money tonight.
Patrick Surtain?
Yeah.
I'm just that good, Shane.
Maybe you should do mock drafts.
Maybe I should. I'm just that good.
Well, this is very surprising. I didn't expect the quarterbacks to fall this far. Or Fields and I expected Jones to fall this far. I didn't expect Fields to last this long.
Yeah, I texted her earlier. No, they said that she's just waiting on them to call her.
Oh, for when she can't go.
Yeah.
Okay. That's exciting.
All right, so now it gets really difficult for Dallas. They don't need a quarterback. They just signed Dak, and I don't expect them to draft one of these quarterbacks. They want a corner, but both the corners are now gone unless they want to reach for like Greg Newsome or Caleb Farley. I think it'll be Slater. They need to beef up the O-line. Or at least get younger on the O-line. I say Slater. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a defensive lineman, though.
Is who is that linebacker? Sean Lee?
Yeah.
Is he still Dallas?
No, he just retired.
Retired?
Yeah, this year. Or like this week.
What do you think about Zaven Collins from Tulsa?
I'd be very surprised if he's the pick here.
Yeah.
Just seems awfully early. Micah Parsons is the best linebacker in this class anyway.
Yeah, I think it'd be a reach. I'm certainly not. I was just.
Jesus Christ, James has 5 picks right.
I'm gonna make Phil a knee.
I thought I saw a tweet that Green Bay had moved up. Well, they tweeted like "Go Pack." I got alerts for them on my phone. It says "Go Pack, go" from Cleveland. I was like, does that mean we're on the clock? Did we just trade up? We did not. So exhale.
Where are the pack?
They're at 29. So yeah, so Dallas could go Newsome. It would be a reach. Farley wouldn't be a reach. Just medicals are a concern for him. And I'd just be very surprised. Based off talent, it wouldn't be a reach, but I'd be very surprised if he's the pick here. I would guess Slater. I wouldn't rule out Kwity Paye, the defensive lineman from Michigan, or Jalen Phillips, the defensive lineman from Miami. I'd say it's down to those 3. Slater, Phillips, or Paye. Maybe Parsons. I could maybe see Parsons.
Yeah, maybe. I don't. Yeah, boy, I don't know. Slater, they're certainly not going to go quarterback. That would
no. So quit Sean Mac Jones. He ain't going here.
Yeah, he's looking a little stoic. Poor bastard.
We still got 4.5 minutes, man. I feel like the other picks were like, when they were on the clock, it like finally announced to be on the clock, there was already like 3 minutes on the clock. So Denver must have gotten its pick in pretty quickly.
Yeah. I'll go. I'll go Rashawn Slater here. Protect Dak.
Ooh, Cowboys trade pick. Okay, so I was wrong to the Eagles. Oh my! I think that means quarterback.
You think that means quarterback?
Maybe not. Why would you trade the pick to your division rival? That doesn't really make sense.
You know, I was thinking this may be a trade.
I mean, that was yeah. I just don't get why you would trade to your division rival. You don't want to make them better. Yeah, I would say probably Slater or one of these quarterbacks. I don't think it would be Devontae Smith. They could probably have gotten him at 12.
Been Devontae Smith for the Eagles, but I don't think you trade up to get Devontae Smith.
I don't either. I think he would be there at 12.
Yeah.
Hang on. Still says Philadelphia's at 12. Did they not give that pick up? Surely not. That would be beyond stupid if that's what the Cowboys agreed to. Okay, yeah. Cowboys get pick number 12. I figured. So Eagles gave up a third rounder and 12. My guess is it's probably Slater, but there have been rumors that the Eagles were interested in one of these quarterbacks. Very interesting. I still don't get why you would.
I don't see why you trade up 2 picks.
I don't think it's Devontae Smith. They'll push that. I don't think it is though. I think it's probably Slater because Slater wouldn't have been there at 12. I think the Giants would have picked him.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I think it's got to be Slater.
I think it's either Slater, outside shot of like an edge rusher, Kwity Paye, or
I'd say maybe Parsons, but again, I don't think you trade up for him. He would have been there at 12.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think with three NFC East teams in a row,
that's just so weird.
Yeah, that's great. That's just kind of crazy to me, but yeah. Boy. I don't know, man.
I gotta keep eating, man. I'm still hungry. They'll push Parsons now. I think it's gonna be Slater. Slater must not be there. Well, this is who that son of a bitch. James mocked Slater to the Eagles, so he's probably gonna get 6 out of 10 here, and I'll be at 2 for 10. I've given up. I'm not gonna do much better than this.
I'm definitely doing better than you are.
Oh, I know for sure. Well, you're doing it on the spot.
Yeah,
that's different. But even on the spot, you've been on the money more than I have. The pick is in for the Birds.
So they switched first. They swapped first round picks and gave
They gave him a third.
It's a third, okay.
And the Bruins are going to win. All right. What else? Now we got no viewers. Who gives a fuck? So what were you saying about Chase? He's having a baby?
Yes.
Is that why you can't be tuned in?
Probably, yeah.
I don't give a shit. I just do this for fun.
Tuesday.
So I thought he was having a baby right now.
I think it's like any minute type
Any
situation.
minute type situation? Mel. Good old Mel Kiper. Almost called him Typer. Todd. When you look at his production in the SEC, outside linebacker. All right, let's see who the pick's going to be. Goodell.
They're talking a lot.
Oh, my gosh, it's Devontae Smith.
Oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
Traded up 2 spots to take a guy that could have gotten it 12.
Look, it's not dumb. It's not dumb.
What is dumb?
I'm not convinced. Well, I think the Giants might have taken Smith at 11, but if Slater probably Cowboys might have picked him.
That's so dumb, man.
Snotty, you're getting Slater, a top 10 talent. You're getting him at 11. I didn't think he'd be there by 11. And I definitely didn't think Devontae Smith would be a top 10 pick. Granted, I had him going 11 in my mock draft, so I wasn't that far off.
No.
Yes.
All right, so now Snotty's Giants are on the clock. I'd be very surprised if it's not Slater here. I've been saying his name, though, for the last 4 picks, it seems.
Devontae Smith gets to play with Jalen Hurts, who I'm not even 100% sure if they ever played on the same team.
I don't think they did. I think people talk about that.
Maybe a year.
Yeah, maybe yeah.
When Smith was a freshman, who knows?
I think that's a fair comp. Calvin Ridley. I think that's about what he is.
He's just I don't like. He's just so skinny, man.
I don't think.
I know it's not as big a deal as it used to be.
I worry about weight more than I do height nowadays.
Yeah.
But, like, if you're short and don't have weight, that's a problem. Like, there's a guy in this draft named Tutu Atwell from Louisville, receiver from Louisville. He's literally about 5'8", 150. I worry about that. Yeah. But Devontae Smith, he's 6 feet. He's not very big, though. That doesn't bother me a ton. Everyone thinks of Marquise Brown. The difference was Marquise Brown, I think, was more one-dimensional. I'm not saying he was one-dimensional, but he was more one-dimensional than Smith is. I think Smith can do just about anything.
Not every.
If he ran a faster 40, no one would give a shit.
Yeah.
But he didn't. He only ran about a 4.5, which we look down at a 4.5. That's average. Like, I shouldn't say average, but that's like the average, like above average 40 is a 4.5. If you run a 4.5, like that's universal, like good at almost every position. With the exception of maybe corner, or DB. Oh, the Giants trade. To whom?
It's got to be somebody coming up to get Justin Fields.
Yeah,
right?
I would imagine it's probably New England.
New England or Washington.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. We just saw 2 teams trade in the division, so maybe not.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even think about that.
Bears. Uh-oh. It's definitely Justin Fields.
Yeah, it's 100% Justin Fields.
I mean, it could be Jones, I guess, but it's one of these quarterbacks. I'm shocked by this. Maybe not at this point, but I thought it would be very difficult for the Bears to get one of these quarterbacks.
Boy, I disagree. I think they could have gotten Mac Jones at 20. Man.
Yeah, but you don't want Mac Jones. You'd rather have Fields.
Yeah, I mean, definitely.
But the Bears, I'm a little surprised by this. Also because not just because I didn't think they'd be able to get up here. Also because the GM and the head coach are gunning for their jobs this year. Drafting a likely backup quarterback isn't really going to help there unless obviously you win some games, which I'm not sure they'll really be able to do. But hey.
Who's going to play quarterback for the Bears this year?
Well, Andy Dalton right now.
Dalton.
Why is Schefter on my TV? I don't want Schefter on my TV. He brought me bad news. Not that much, but. Oh, okay, I thought the pick might have already been in.
I didn't. It makes sense. I just think we'll see what they gave up.
It was announced. It's obviously their first at 20 and then a fourth and a fifth. Really not that bad.
Oh yeah, that's not horrible. Justin Fields is not at his home.
Was he looking at his phone? I thought he was getting a phone call.
They came to Justin Fields' house and he's just not there.
Yeah.
He's on his phone. Yeah, they picked Justin Fields. Everybody's smiling. I believe he just got off the phone with Chicago.
Yeah, I'd be very surprised if it's not Justin Fields here. Well, all right, we're gonna have to deal with Justin Fields.
Should be fun.
I mean,
Welcome to the North.
Yeah, for real. All right, so Fields goes here. Dallas, I can't believe Slater's still on the board. Dallas is going to get him at 12. I would imagine. Or the Chargers get him at 13, which would be a huge steal. So my dad wanted an update on who all's been taken so far. And I gave it, all the picks to him, and he said, "You got all those right, didn't you?" I was like, "Hell no." All right, Goodell. Give me the news. Should be coming in any second now on my phone. Any minute. Maybe not. Justin Fields, as I thought. But we knew that was going to happen.
Once we saw that trade, that was pretty obvious.
Yeah, so now Fields to Chicago. Good for them, I suppose. It ain't. Well, I wouldn't say it ain't going to help you because I don't know what's going to happen with Green Bay in the next few weeks. Or tonight, even.
Yeah.
For now, it ain't going to help you. All right, it's time to keep eating. I got to get another ranch water. All right, so Dallas is next.
Yeah.
I would imagine it's probably Slater here. They really need to youth up that O-line. I guess it could also be Parsons. You know what? Fuck this. I'm not doing this.
Yeah.
Who are you talking to?
For Dallas, I don't know.
I've been saying this every pick just about though, so I'm gonna stick with Slater until he just comes off the board.
So, yeah, he's this year's Clavon Chason.
Yeah, I was surprised you remembered that. But yeah, you're not wrong. I said Caleb on Chason probably for an hour.
Yeah, we both did. Golly.
It's got to be Caleb on Chase on, and it wasn't every single time.
Okay. Here's a kind of an out there thought.
Do what now?
Does Dallas trade this pick to somebody like New England or
I think maybe.
maybe?
I mean, I'm a big fan of trading back, so yeah, just keep trading back if you can.
Yeah, I mean, Slater is probably, if they make the pick, is probably the play here. But I think you could see a trade here to a team that wants to take Mac Jones.
Yeah, for sure.
The last first round quarterback. If they were looking at quarterback and they're scared that he'll go, you know, you could see something happen here. So I'm not saying that that's what I think will happen. I think that the pick will be Slater.
Gosh, that was a hard hit.
But a trade wouldn't surprise me.
I'm honestly surprised Justin Fields fell this far.
Dallas has already traded back once. So I don't know if trading back again is maybe the smartest thing ever.
I mean, this is a really good offensive line class. And if that's what Dallas wants to do, which I think is definitely in the cards, just to revamp the O-line, which they really need to do, I think, just keep going. Like, keep acquiring picks, and you can get a really good player later.
I don't know if any of these O-line guys are like top first round talent. You know what I mean? I think Slater, I think Sewell, and then there's kind of a gap after that. I mean,
there is a little bit, but it's still like a bunch of above average prospects.
Yeah. I'll say Slater here, but like I said, a trade wouldn't surprise me.
No, it wouldn't with me either. But we're 7 minutes into this pick, and no trade has happened yet. Granted, I said that.
So we've said that
Dallas'
twice.
pick, I believe, and they traded it. Alrighty. Got some more food. All right, pick is in for Dallas.
Yeah, there it is. So no trade.
No trade.
Pick is in.
Probably Slater.
I think it's Slater. I think outside shot, it could be.
I think it's an outside shot. It could be Parsons or one of the other corners.
Parsons, Quiddy Pay.
Yeah. Are you looking at someone's, like, are you looking at just prospects?
Yeah, I'm kind of bouncing back and forth between a couple of lists.
I was curious.
Ooh, man.
Yeah, I think it's an outside chance Parsons or Newsome or Farley.
You know what? I'll say Michael Parsons.
I could see that.
Maybe a bit of a reach, but I'll say Michael Parsons.
It's not really a reach. Just linebackers typically fall.
Yeah,
They're becoming like the defensive side of the ball is running back.
Yeah.
And just teams are willing to draft those guys later.
Collins from Tulsa wouldn't surprise me if they.
It would for me if he was taken before Parsons.
Yeah. I don't know. There's a lot of ways that Jerry could go with this.
Yeah, for real. I mean, he's all about flash.
Yeah.
Still nothing on my phone. Right, there it comes. Why does Goodell have to be so awkward? He tries so. I feel like he tries so hard to be likable.
Doesn't work.
I mean, I don't have a problem with him. Everyone else hates him. I'm very indifferent. I don't like him or hate him. I think he's really good at making money.
Yeah, he's very good at growing the
Bram.
brand of the NFL. Yeah.
Did he just make the pick? No.
No, he's
Can't tell with these masks on whoever anyone is.
Introducing the
All right,
special
Micah Parsons.
Parsons.
Well, all right. I cannot believe Slater's falling this far. I'm not surprised by that. Lost Sean Lee,
Sure.
best player
Better
available.
defensive.
Arguably the best player available, I should say. Yeah, and they need defense.
Some people yelling. So excited.
It's all pumped up.
Sarah sounds very excited.
Yikes. All right, I'm going to get more food.
I don't blame you.
Los Angeles is going to pick Slater.
As you said, he's this year's Caleb on Chason. Yeah, I'd really be surprised if it's not Slater. I think Parsons is going to be really good. Freak athlete. Falling in the draft for other reasons.
Shane, correct me if I'm wrong, but Micah Parsons is kind of a Swiss Army knife type of defender. Can kind of do a lot of.
I think he has the capability to do whatever he wants.
Kind of play in coverage, rush the
Oh
passer.
yeah, I thought you meant different positions. Yeah, I mean he ran like a 4.340, something stupid like that.
That's dumb.
Yeah, I mean he can cover space. At 4.3, you can rush the passer. I mean, yeah. I personally think he has the capability to come off the edge. He probably won't be an edge rusher though. He just doesn't have that mold.
Yeah, he feels more like a and. Dallas runs a 4-3, don't they?
They do.
Yeah, so he feels like a 4-3 outside linebacker to me.
Yeah. That's what he is.
But,
probably Jalen Smith is the Mike or Leighton Vander Esch. I'm not sure.
Yeah, Vander Esch, I believe.
Mike McCarthy. Good old Mike McCarthy. I bet he's happy
I
about
forgot
this
that.
Aaron Rodgers drama. Well, I guess New England's just going to sit there at 15 and maybe take Mac Jones then. I'm not sure they will, but they need a quarterback and he's there.
They don't need a quarterback. They have a quarterback. His name is Cameron Jarrell Newton.
Steven, I know you're a massive Auburn fan, so I think your judgment's a little clouded. However, I like Cam Newton, but I was talking about this today with James. He's just not that good. He's had one really good year. I used to hate Cam Newton. Now I like him a little bit. He's really growing on me.
Cam Newton is God's gift to planet Earth. nor wrong, except for that whole impregnate the stripper thing. But
And allegedly taking money.
He didn't take any money.
he never did. His daddy was,
Allegedly he didn't.
and it was from Mississippi State, not from Auburn. And even if it was a damn good investment. We won a national championship. So,
Oh, I completely agree. I'm just giving you a hard time. But come on. Sure, it was from Mississippi State, but come on.
I'm all right with it.
You mean to tell me that Auburn didn't? Come on.
Totally worth it.
Oh, absolutely was. You won a national championship. Still just one viewer, but that's fine. They can just watch me eat.
Yeah. Does Los Angeles need defensive help?
They could use a corner, but
Yeah, let's say Newsome.
I think it's going to be O-line.
You think it's going to be Slater?
Might as well keep rolling with it.
Got to be right at some point.
I will be more surprised than any of the previous picks when I said, like, of all the previous picks, I said, I think it could be Slater. I think it could be Slater. I think it could be Slater. I will be really surprised if this pick isn't Slater here. They really need help on the O-line. They got to protect Justin Herbert.
I think getting him at 13 is a steal.
Oh, absolutely.
I think having him fall into their laps is too big of an opportunity to pass up.
Yeah. I mean, they could use a corner. There's not really one to take, though, right now.
No, I don't think he'd take Newsome here.
I don't think a receiver is out of the question. But, again, the top three are gone.
Yeah,
I like
really
Rashad Bateman. I just don't think he's the pick here.
No, I don't think Bateman is either.
Sure, you got a spoon.
I
Shovel
think
this.
I think you're right. I think it's Slater.
Makes the most sense. I know this much. It ain't going to be Mac Jones.
Nope. That's for sure. Minnesota could take Mac Jones as the next pick. Kind of heir apparent to Kirk Cousins.
They just signed him
Yeah.
to an extension, I believe.
And always, with Kirk Cousins, I always think that he's older than he actually is. He's really not. He's not like Aaron Rodgers,
No.
Tom Brady age.
He came in like 7 years after Rodgers. He's probably about 30.
Or maybe 32. Yeah, he's younger than I always think he is.
Brady. No one knew his fucking name in college.
Kirk Cousins?
No, Tom Brady.
Tom Brady, yeah. Who did he play behind?
I don't remember. According to my dad, because I wasn't really around for it. I was, but I wasn't. Because I didn't really pay attention to football back then. According to my dad, Michigan had like a platoon. Like one quarterback might get the start, then another. It kind of just went back and forth between him and somebody else, whoever it was.
It was Drew Henson.
Okay, that rings a bell a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, he played baseball.
They both played baseball? I know Brady did. I didn't know Brady played baseball.
Brady didn't play baseball in college, though, did he?
I don't know about that, but he was drafted.
Yeah, he was drafted.
Because I remember one of these years, like he was in the conference championship. I believe it was when he was still with the Patriots. Like 3 out of the 4 remaining quarterbacks were drafted by baseball teams.
Oh, yeah.
And I forget who the 4 were. I know Brady was one. I think Russell Wilson was the other. Was one of the others. Maybe Kaepernick, and I forget who the other team was.
Probably maybe Pat Mahomes.
I don't think it was Mahomes because Kaepernick wouldn't have been in the league. I can't remember, but 3 out of the 4 were drafted. And I had no idea Brady played baseball, so I said, well, I don't know. You never hear about it, so I would imagine Brady was the one that didn't play baseball. And it turns out I was wrong. He was drafted, I believe, by the Expos.
Yeah.
So, fun fact for our one listener, Tom Brady played baseball and was drafted by the Montreal Expos. Are they bringing the Expos back, Steven?
No, they are not.
You don't think?
No.
Like, ever?
Maybe not never. I think they go a pretty decent amount of number of places before they go to Montreal.
I think so, too.
I think it would work. I think Montreal is a really underrated sports city. But I just don't know.
All right, Rashawn Slater, finally. Comes off the board. We can quit saying his name.
Yeah.
That's a heck of a pick by the Chargers.
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say heck of a pick. He fell right in the lap.
But yeah, it was a
But
pick.
still, that's a steal. All right. That's all the food I'm going to eat. It's time to drink.
Now, this is where it gets interesting.
Minnesota, I think Elijah Barrett Tucker. Offensive lineman from USC.
Sure. Why not?
Well, I mean, Minnesota, that's one of their issues has been offensive line for a while. It's time to finally bring you back over here. I'm done eating. Now you can see me again, I think, hopefully. Well enough.
Yeah.
No one's listening anyway. As Harry Doyle says, it's all right. No one's listening anyway. I fucking love that movie. What were we talking about?
Minnesota.
Oh, they need O-line help. Like, I've said that for years. You'd love to have Slater, I think, because they need a left tackle. Not really want to take here. You could kind of reach for Darisaw. I don't think he's it. It would be a huge reach, though. But Vera Tucker's there. They also need help in the interior. I mean, kind of makes sense. Something tells me it could be Darisaw, though. I'd be surprised if it could be a defensive player. I'd be very surprised, though, with some good offensive linemen still available.
Do you think maybe they trade back?
Probably not. I don't know. Oh,
Yeah.
you just said it. Oh wait, never mind. They're talking a trade. Talking trade at number 14. So, hang in there. Oh wow, the Jets are coming up.
So
Well,
good.
they have the 23rd pick, so that's not a huge jump. Okay, that's not surprising because the Jets had that 23rd pick, and that's when I said to you, like, it really becomes a crapshoot. Like,
Yeah.
So I'm not shocked at all that they went up. And if that's the case, I'm still kind of waiting for them to announce this. But if that's the case, yeah, trade pick to Jets. I think it's gonna be Vera Tucker. They don't need a left tackle. They already have Mekhi Becton. I think it's gonna be Vera Tucker. Get some help in the interior.
Yeah.
Jets. It could also be potentially Kwity Paye.
I'd say could be an edge rusher.
Could be an edge rusher. Could be a corner.
Corner linebacker.
Yeah.
David Collins maybe.
I don't think he would trade up to 14 to take him. I think he'd be available, honestly, at 23. You think Susie Culber's hot?
No.
You don't? I think she
Same
is.
I said,
Or are you just saying that because Sarah's in the room? I figured it out now. I didn't know she was in the room.
yeah.
I need to watch my language then. What's she saying?
Yeah, we don't have many rooms. We're currently in like 1,000 square foot house, so
Okay.
not a whole lot of space.
Damn, dude, 1,000 feet for a house?
Pretty small.
My apartment is about 600 square feet. Almost 700 square feet, I think. Damn. You're in a very small house. I'm not trying to be an ass here.
No, it's a problem.
What are you going to do with the twins then?
Well, we're building the house, and it's gonna be
Okay.
November, so
So you only got to deal with the small house for a little bit.
it'll be little and immobile.
So, by the way, this is another ranch water flavor called Spicy.
I don't like that. I don't like spicy drinks.
It's weird. It says made with 100% agave, natural lime juice, and jalapeno flavor.
I don't like spicy drinks.
It's not that spicy. It's more like, have you ever had wasabi?
Yeah,
Wasabi's not spicy. It just has a kick.
it's hot.
Yeah. This is more what that is. It like you feel it, but then it doesn't like leave your mouth burning. All right, Jets.
I don't know. I
I don't
honestly
think William is saying what receiver. I don't think it's a receiver. They got Denzel Mims last year, who played well as a rookie. They signed Corey Davis in the offseason. I'd be very surprised if it's a receiver, because they could get one of these shorter slot receivers in the second round, even at 23 if they wanted to.
I think Vera Tucker's not a bad guess, but I will go.
I think Kwity Paye is a dark horse.
Quiddy Pay would probably be my guess.
I like Paye. I think Aaron Rodgers commercial. It's like seeing I feel like it's like seeing an X, except we haven't broken up yet.
Yeah, that's it.
Like it's like it feels like I'm seeing an X, and we haven't broken up, but you just have a feeling it's going to happen. You have a feeling it's coming. She's been dodging your calls. You haven't really seen her in a week. She doesn't have the same energy when she texts you anymore.
Best thing of my marriage is not having to date anymore.
I hate dating. Like I've given up on. I haven't given up on dating. I've given up on trying to find one like in a bar. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like going somewhere and trying to meet one. So I'm just gonna stick with like Tinder and Bumble and like cut off the middleman, like so that I don't have to go out and talk to one. You know what I mean? Like, because Tinder and all these apps just skip a step. You know, oh, he's cute or she's cute, like, or swipe right. You know, or oh, she's all right, but oh, she loves the Packers, swipe right. Skips all those steps, and then you talk for a little bit. It's not as awkward. Then you exchange phone numbers. Cleveland.
city's so shitty they lit their river on fire.
It is Elijah Vera Tucker. Okay. All right, I'm not surprised. That's a good pick.
No, it's not surprising at all.
Joe Douglas. I really love Joe Douglas. I think I've said for the last year or so now, since he became GM of the Jets, I think he knows what he's doing. Just give it time. And he's made 2 really good picks tonight. I like Zach Wilson a lot. Obviously, you would love to have the first pick and take Trevor Lawrence, but didn't have that option. I really like Zach Wilson. You already have a left tackle. Beef up the interior with Vera Tucker. I really like it. Jets making smart decisions.
Probably plays guard for the Jets.
Yeah, he's probably going to play guard. Uh-oh. Jones on the phone and smiling. I'd say this is the Patriots.
Yeah. Now you're ahead of me. I don't know how that happened.
I don't know.
Mac Jones smiling on the phone, talking to Bill Belichick, maybe.
That's my guess.
New England. Oh, that's a good point. My wife brings up.
What?
If Bill Belichick selects Mac Jones here, his 3 quarterbacks are Cam Newton.
Yeah, from Alabama. Yeah.
And Jarrett Stidham. 2 guys from Auburn, got from Alabama.
Mm-hmm. Is Mac Jones from Alabama?
No.
Where's Cam Newton? Cam Newton's from Mississippi, is he not?
Newton's from College Park, Georgia.
Georgia. Okay.
Right just south of Atlanta. It's where the airport is.
Okay. So Newton's from Georgia. Stidham, isn't he from Texas?
Texas.
Yeah.
I don't know. Where is Mac Jones? Maybe from Florida?
That seems right. I feel like I've heard that.
Yeah, Jacksonville.
Okay. Man, I like Joe Douglas.
Horrible. Man, yikes.
All right, New England on the clock now. Why does it still okay, Patriots are on the clock now.
I don't know.
Maybe they traded this pick.
Maybe they traded it. I don't know if Mac Jones is the pick here. I really don't see New England taking Mac Jones.
Well, this just came to me. You're a Cam Newton guy, though.
I know.
No, I believe that. There was a video at his pro day, like he overthrew one of their receivers down there, and then it cut to Bill Belichick, and like he didn't even watch the rest of his workout. He just shook his head.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be surprised at all if it's not. Pick is in, so I would imagine it's Mac Jones. I don't really know who else it could be. Board hadn't really fallen their way. They need a receiver, corner, defensive lineman. I don't even know who the best player on the board is right now. Newsom's a bit of a reach here, I feel like, but
wouldn't surprise me. Quiddy Pay wouldn't surprise me.
Okay, Pay, that would be a good one. That feels like a Belichick pick.
Yeah. I may have been able to catch up.
Mac Jones. It is Mac Jones.
Mac Jones, okay.
All right. I did get that one right. I'm 3 for 15 now.
There you go.
What is that, batting 300?
It's not good.
Is it 300?
Don't ask me to do math now.
No, I think 5 for 15 would be 300. 3 for 15 is 200. I was off. All right, so yeah, I'm in a slump right here in baseball terms.
You're at the Mendoza line. Your clerk is getting sent down.
Depending on who you are, I could be Bryce Harper. You're going to put up with Bryce Harper hitting 200 all year. All right, Mac Jones. I'm a little surprised just because I never got the sense Belichick was high on him, but They needed a quarterback.
But I guess, yeah. I guess they needed, they're obviously not, the future with Jarrett Stidham is obviously not what they want. I mean, it's Cam.
That's a really good fit for him in New England.
Yeah, Cam is not the player he once was. I don't like the pick.
As an Auburn fan?
No, not even as an Auburn fan. I don't like the pick.
I'm just not a big believer in Mac Jones. I'm not.
Yeah, I think he was.
If he went to any other college, no one.
Playing behind the best offensive line in the country, having the best receivers in the country, and handing off to the best running back in the country. I mean, I just don't think he's. I think, like we said earlier, I think his ceiling is the lowest of all of the quarterbacks.
Yeah, I agree. He's probably the second most pro-ready. I think he could come in and start. Maybe not New England, but for a few other teams, he could have come in right in and started.
Yeah.
But you're just not going to get much better probably than what he is right now.
He doesn't have to start this year.
I think his absolute ceiling is probably Matt Ryan.
Yeah.
And that's just if everything aligns well.
Cousins type.
Yeah, I would say more Cousins.
Not quite like a Ben Roethlisberger type, but
Nah, he's not big enough for Roethlisberger.
Yeah, I was never, like I said, I was never high on Mac Jones either. So
I've never been high on Mac Jones. I've said that since last year. Some attractive young women there.
Arizona here.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, Arizona's now on the clock. Pick is in already. Let me think of the board here. It could be Greg Newsome. I mean, we've seen both corners go in the top 10. I thought only one would go in the top 10. So, I mean, corner's one of those positions that's going to get, or not, I wouldn't say overvalued, but they're going to reach for it.
Yeah.
Because it's a very valuable position. Same with edge rusher. The problem is this isn't a very good edge rusher class.
This class of edge rushers.
Yeah, and defensive lineman just isn't very good. It could be Newsome.
Newsome could be.
I had Najee Harris. I think that's a dark horse pick here. They could use a running back. Board hasn't really fallen their way. Not really a reach either.
I disagree there. I think Najee here would be a bit of a reach. Of course, I don't think I'm in the boat of a lot of people.
I do not know what team I will be on. That's funny. Did you see that Mac Jones piece of paper from when he was a kid?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
That's funny. My mom found one of those for me, and it was an Easter one. And I posted it on Instagram. Let me find it. It says, all right, so it's like what Easter means to me. I put, it means when Jesus died on the cross. He died before Moses. That's not true.
Wrong.
He died for all of our sins. It was horrible. I spelled horrible, HORABALE. Cardinals take Zayvon Collins. That's very surprising. So I meant to say when they whipped Jesus, and I spelled it WHIPED, not two P's, so more white Jesus. And nailed him. I spelled it NEALED. And put the sign on it. This is the best part, though. Put the sign on him that said King of the Jews. And I spelled Jews, G-U-S, Gus. King of the Gus.
Well done.
I posted that and said, hard to believe I'm a writer now. But like as I told my mom, I was 8, I think, at the time I wrote that. How do you think an 8-year-old's going to spell Jews? G-U-S. All right, so Cardinals made their pick with Zaven Collins. I'm very, very, very surprised here. I may not look it, but I am.
I'm not surprised.
I'm surprised because they drafted Isaiah Simmons last year. And I don't think he had a great rookie year, so which probably explains this.
I think they play different positions. I think
Maybe.
I think Zaven Collins is going to end up being a stand-up outside 3-4 linebacker, rush the passer.
Maybe. I mean, he's got the body for it if you just look at his height and weight.
Yeah, he's got the build.
But if you look at him, look at his build right there. You would not probably bet he's 6'4", 6'5", 260.
He's thick.
Yeah, he's very thick, but I don't think you would expect him to be 260. He looks more probably 240 to me. I think he's just very toned and a lot of muscle, it seems. Yeah. But I think he's a really good player. I mean, he can do just about anything. I do agree he probably comes off the edge, or I think he could. But him, and I know Isaiah Simmons I don't think had a great rookie year, so maybe they're trying to make up for that here. Because I really don't think he's the best player available.
Oh, he's definitely not the best player available, but I think he fits their needs the best.
Yeah, probably.
That makes sense.
So now we get to the Las Vegas Raiders. Parsons is off the board. Collins is now off the board. I don't think a linebacker is in play here. They could really use one. I don't think it's in play. They lost like 3 starters on the offensive line this offseason. So I'm going to say Christian Darrisaw here, the tackle from Virginia Tech.
Yeah.
They need a slide. They need a right tackle. They already have a pretty good one in Colton Miller. Put Darrisaw at right tackle, and you have potentially 2 really good bookend tackles. I really like Darrisaw. I don't get why he wasn't a top 15 pick. But that's another conversation. I would be pretty surprised if it's not Darrisaw.
Yeah, what I'm seeing here, and this is certainly not my own idea, is Trayvon Mowry from TCU.
That's another one too. Yeah, from TCU.
I don't know what they needed in the back.
No, they could really use a safety.
He's the number 1 safety.
Yeah. If
they want to get the best safety, wouldn't be a horrible pick.
And they had such a hard time on the defensive side of the ball the last few years. Especially, really, I mean, even when they had Khalil Mack, their defenses really were never that good.
It was Khalil Mack and a bunch of scrubs.
Who was I listening to? I think John Middlecoff saying they were asking way too much of Khalil Mack. But then ever since they got rid of him, their defenses have been horrible.
Bad. Trash.
So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's Morrig. But I'm going to say Darrisaw, again, from the ball out.
I'll go different from you and say Morrig.
Hey, you've been on the money, so.
Wouldn't surprise me at all if it was Darrisaw.
I'm looking through our group text. All right, pick is in for the Raiders, and Taylor's already saying Rodgers is a done deal to Denver, even though there was a report that said that's not the case. But whatever.
Boy, I don't know.
All right, I don't have the energy for it. All right, I don't like dead air. I feel like I should keep talking. Still only one viewer. Whatever.
That's all right.
All right, pick is in. Like we said, I think Darasol or Morig. It's not how you pronounce the name. I'm not sure how though. Pay. I mean, I could see Pay or Phillips here if they really
Yeah.
wanted to go nuts and beef with the pass rush.
Or,
It ain't gonna be a receiver. I don't think it'll be Jamean. It could be Jamean Davis, I guess. I highly doubt it though.
I think you're probably right. I think it's probably Darasol.
No, it is Alex Leatherwood from Alabama, tackle from Alabama. So I had the position right, but not the player. But I thought that was gonna. Come on, Vegas, like you really reached there. I feel like.
Yeah, I think that's a big reach.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like Leatherwood. He was probably a fringe first-round pick, and you took him at 17.
Yeah.
There really hasn't been a ton of. I mean, that's the biggest surprise, but it's not a huge surprise. I wouldn't have been shocked if Leatherwood ended up being a first-round pick. Obviously, I didn't expect him to be a top 20 pick. Man, he's a big dude, and he's not fat for being 300 pounds. 313 pounds. He did not look fat at all.
No.
I mean, I want Oakland. I want the Raiders to be good, but they just keep doing this to themselves. I feel like they keep reaching for guys in the first round.
Yeah.
I mean, they did it last year with what's his name, Damon Arnett. They did take Henry Ruggs, and then they took Damon Arnett. I feel like that was a huge reach. That was shocking to me. I mean, there were some people that considered him a third-round pick. And then Leatherwood's not a humongous reach, and I like him. I think he'll be a good player, but
I don't think he's an NFL left tackle.
I mean, he might be. Well, they don't really need him to be. They got Colton Miller, who's played pretty well. He could slide to right tackle.
Yeah, I mean,
They don't need him to be a left tackle. That's the thing to keep in
yeah,
mind.
you're right. It's probably my bias coming out, but I just don't. I don't like it. I think they could have gotten a better.
I mean, Darasol, I'm a huge fan of Darasol.
If they wanted a tackle, I think they could have gotten a couple of better ones.
Yeah.
Maybe John Gruden just likes Leatherwood. That's fine and dandy. But I think they could have. I think they could have gotten some other folks.
All right, so the Dolphins are up. Pick is already in. This is probably going to be – I think it could be Rashad Bateman. I highly doubt it, though. With Kwity Paye on the board and Jalen Phillips on the board. What?
Do we think this could be Najee Harris?
Maybe. It could be Harris. I think there are about 4 or 5 guys this could be.
Yeah. I'll say this is Najee Harris here.
I'm going to say Kwity Paye. They need a pass rusher.
Yeah.
But it could be Rashad Bateman. It could be Najee Harris.
A lot of things.
Well, no, it would be. I had it in my mind they took a tackle at number 6, but they took Waddle. So now I think Bateman's out. It could be Darasol. I think it's unlikely, but it could be. I would say Darasol, Paye, Phillips.
I don't know if you take two skill guys in the first round.
I mean, if you want, sure.
You can, but
It is Jalen Phillips. Okay, that's
Phillips.
okay. I think I did get this one right in my mock draft. I did have Jalen Phillips. I'm pretty sure to Miami. So 4 for 18. Boom.
There. We'll get to 6.
I'm getting there. I need to get to 7. That's my record. I can't get past 6 right now. Hey, I'm just happy to be at 4. It was looking bleak there for a while. I really like Jalen Phillips. I mean, this is a dude who had a lot of injury problems in college. Like, I think he medically retired at one point, but he was very highly thought of. Like, I'm talking Myles Garrett type of caliber recruit coming out of high school. Went to, I think, UCLA first, had a bunch of injuries, retired for a bit, decided to come back, and then transferred to Miami. Had a huge year of production at Miami this past year. I really like him. If he's healthy, I think he could end up being a really good player, but that's a huge question mark right now. Washington football team now on the clock. They didn't draft as the football team, did they, last year? I think they were still the Redskins.
Were they?
I believe so. I don't think they changed until the summer.
I thought they did draft as a football team last year.
Maybe you're right.
Is that what Chase Young?
Yeah, I mean, I know that Chase Young. I thought they were still the Redskins. Maybe not.
Yeah.
But football team, I'm going to say Darrisaw because they really need a left tackle after trading Trent Williams to San Francisco last year. I don't think it'll be Rashad Bateman because they signed Curtis Samuel in the offseason. It could be one of these linebackers, Jamin Davis or Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah.
Could be like Ojolari, maybe.
They don't really need an edge rusher.
Yeah.
They have one of the best defensive fronts in the league. It could be a linebacker. I don't think they'll take a DB.
No, I don't either. Man, yeah. Jamin Davis, maybe.
I think that's a bit of a wild card. I'm going to go Darrisaw. That's probably a top 15 player falling in your lap at 19, and he could easily play left tackle. Like it just makes too much sense.
Yeah.
And I believe I mocked him to Washington, so keep an eye on that.
We'll watch it. Like we said, this is kind of where it gets hard to predict.
I don't think it'll be a running back because what's his name? Antonio Gibson played pretty well last year as a rookie.
I don't think they reach for Najee Harris here, which I do think it would be a reach.
It wouldn't be a reach.
It wouldn't be a big reach, but I think it would be. I don't think he's.
I still expect him to go round 1. I think Pittsburgh is probably his destination right now. All right, the pick is in.
I'll say
Darrisaw just makes too much sense, which means it's probably wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, none of the quarterbacks are still on the board unless they really want to go nuts and reach for a quarterback. I don't think they will, though.
You could talk yourself into it, making a dumb decision and getting like a Kyle Trask or a.
Yeah. I'll say it comes down to Bateman, Darrisaw, or one of the linebackers, Davis or Owusu-Koramoah.
Yeah, I would say probably Darrisaw or Davis, but I'll go Darrisaw.
Yeah.
I think. I don't know. I think Washington needs a lot.
I mean, they have a pretty good O-line. They just need a left tackle.
They backed their way into the playoffs last year in the worst division of all time.
Some of that was quarterback play,
Yeah.
which they made an upgrade with Ryan Fitzpatrick, signing him. They have some weapons offensively. Like I said, Antonio Gibson played well last year at the running back position. Obviously, Scary Terry McLaurin is pretty good. They signed Curtis Samuel. Logan Thomas played well at tight end last year, so they got weapons. It could be Bateman. I just think McLaurin on one side of the field, Bateman on the other, Samuel in the middle with Logan Thomas. Now you're looking at a pretty good passing game.
Yeah, I just think I think Bateman's a reach here. So yeah.
I forgot the Giants traded back. I was just wondering a few picks ago who they picked. Giants could be Bateman.
They could pair him with
I think they'd love to get Darrisaw, but like we've said, I think this is when he comes off the board.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see what Chris Ballard does at 21. Very, very good GM in Indianapolis.
Model with Indianapolis can go to.
Okay, Jamin Davis is the pick.
Davis.
So that's not who we thought it would be, but one of the guys we narrowed down.
Yeah, we mentioned that.
I'm not surprised. I've heard for a long time Davis was going to be a first-round pick. And he wasn't originally projected to be. But
he wasn't all that talked about.
He wasn't at first until his pro day. He's a freak athlete.
Yeah. I think playing at Kentucky probably has something to do with that.
I'm just not that crazy. I shouldn't say I'm not that crazy about him. I'm very cautious about players like him who really flourished for 1 year, kind of highly thought of. He was supposed to be kind of a second or third round pick, but tests off the charts, but only a 1 year starter at Kentucky, which you would argue like SEC school. Well, I mean, Kentucky's not really the most talented SEC school.
You say that, but Kentucky has in the past kind of had this weird run of really putting out good defensive, like pass rusher linebackers.
Yeah, under Stoops they have, yeah.
Putting guys like that into the NFL. I mean, Josh Allen is great.
Yeah. I was thinking Bud Dupree. Josh Allen's another good example.
A good one, yeah. I mean, they have this weird. They can't have any success in the SEC, but I mean that.
I think wasn't Zadarius Smith from Kentucky? I feel like he was.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah, I mean.
I know he was. I thought he was from Mississippi State at first, but I'm thinking of Preston Smith.
Preston Smith definitely played at Mississippi State.
Yeah, Zadarius Smith played at Kentucky. So yeah, they've had a run of pretty good defensive players taken.
To me, kind of feels like a poor man's Isaiah Simmons. Kind of can play in space, can step up in the run. Certainly not as talented and as much of a freak athlete as Isaiah Simmons, but has abilities to do multiple things within a defense.
Yeah.
So it's not, like I said, it's one we threw around somebody. It wasn't the pick that we would have made, but not a bad pick.
I mean, we'll see.
He was close to the top of the board of best overall, and he'll be playing. The good thing that he'll have is playing behind a really, really good defensive line. So,
yeah, for real.
Give him freedom to kind of make plays sideline to sideline and not have to think always about stepping up and stopping the run. Let him use his athleticism.
Yeah, so that's another thing. I mean, Ron Rivera has really valued linebackers. Look at Luke Kuechly. Shaq Thompson was another one when he was at Carolina. He values linebackers. I'm not shocked. I'm not really surprised at all of that. Well, I shouldn't say that because I think I said I would be surprised if it wasn't Darrisaw, but I'm not totally shocked that they ended up going Davis there.
I think Darrisaw goes here. I think
Yeah, this has to be Darrisaw. I thought maybe Bateman, mostly because I thought Darrisaw would be taken at 19. Tell you what, if Green Bay wanted to trade up and get Darrisaw, I would not be mad. Yeah, I think Darrisaw is the pick here. I think the Giants would like to fix the interior of their O-line, but you can find guys for that later, and there's not one to take at this point. They could use a right tackle, I guess. I mean, that O-line in New York is terrible. Both of them. Never know with Gettleman, though.
Yeah, that's a good point. Bateman wouldn't surprise me. Who else wouldn't surprise me?
I think Kwity Paye. I could see they could use an edge rusher.
Hey,
I think those are the three for me.
do they need a corner?
Not really.
Do some maybe a Mooring?
I don't think so.
I think you're right. I think it's probably a Darrisaw. Outside shot of like a Pay or an Ojolari.
Yeah, Bateman.
Yeah.
I think they could use Bateman. They don't really. Well, Galladay now. I was gonna say they don't really have a big receiver. But Galladay, I think, is 6'3". Bateman's not that big though. Pick is in for the Giants, but Bateman's like 6 feet tall.
I don't think it's Elijah Moore.
I don't either.
Draft pick.
I could see Elijah Moore going next to Indianapolis. T.Y. Hilton is.
T.Y. Hilton clone, yeah.
Well, he's kind of in a contract dispute with the Colts. I think they managed to re-sign him, but for a very cheap 1-year deal.
Yeah.
So get the next T.Y. Hilton probably. I wouldn't be surprised. I just don't think it's with the Giants. The Giants already have those kind of shorter receivers, like Sterling Shepard. I don't know if Darius Slayton is big or not, but
he's about 6'2".
Never mind. So they do have two. They have two big receivers, and Darius Slayton and Kenny Galladay. You got Sterling Shepard in the middle. It could be Elijah Moore if they really wanted to go nuts. I didn't think about him here.
Yeah, no, I don't think it is. I think it's Pay, or I think it's. Shit.
I think Ojolari is a little early. Pay would be a really good pick here.
Yeah, Pay or Darrisaw.
I gotta get another drink.
I'm about to do the refill as well.
That pick is coming out. Oh. Now I'm on the prickly pear flavor. Kadarius Toney. Okay. Gettleman. You never know with Gettleman.
That's the reach. I don't like that pick at all.
Yeah, that's a bit of a reach.
I think you could have gotten Elijah Moore here.
Yeah.
I think the better interior receiver than Toney. Toney can do more.
I like Toney. I think he could be a good player. But yeah, I like Moore there. Moore.
Oh, God. Oh, they don't like it.
Who? The Giants?
Giants fans, they went, oh God, oh no.
It's just a little bit of a reach.
Yeah, I don't like it at all. So
I think he's really good with the ball in his hands. I mean, you're watching him right here. I think he's a really good player with the ball in his hands. You know, will Daniel Jones be able to get him the ball is a whole different question.
he can do a lot.
See, if that play happens in the Big 12, you know what happens? They shit on the Big 12 defense. But in the SEC, it's, oh, what a great play by Tony after 6 missed tackles.
Bad tackling by South Carolina.
So, yeah.
Boy, that was a reach.
Yeah, I like Elijah Moore more. Better, I should say. That sounds better.
Yeah.
I just think he can do more with the ball in his hands. He's more electric. But that's Gettleman for you. You never know what he's going to do. All right, so now Indianapolis is up. Chris Ballard, I'm always interested to see what Chris Ballard does. He's one of my favorite GMs.
It feels like I don't know, man. They could go line here.
Yeah. Oh! I bet it's Darrisaw. Yeah.
Who was that O lineman that they had that retired? It was really good. Guy with the hair. You have long hair. Costanza or something.
Yeah, Anthony Costanzo. That makes a ton of sense. I literally said this on the podcast this week. It seems like Chris Ballard someone always manages to fall in the draft, and he scoops them up. And when he makes the pick, at least I'm left wondering how the fuck was that dude still available?
How did he get to him?
And it's always like a perfect fit, fills a need, best player of it, like always every single time with Chris Ballard. I get the same feeling here with Christian Darrisaw. Like, how is he available? He fills a need, best player available. Just crazy. This feels like such a Chris Ballard pick.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's Darrisaw. Outside shot of we haven't talked about him yet, but Jenkins from Oklahoma State. Outside shot, like we said, of Elijah Moore. They don't really need a running back. They don't really need. They could get like an interior defender, like Barrymore from Alabama, or that's really it. Ojulari or Pay.
Yeah, I think edge rusher is not out of the question. I don't think Greg Newsome is out of the question. Pick is in. I don't think Greg Newsome's out of the question here. I don't think Kwity Paye is out of the question. Darrisaw, Paye, Newsome, Farley is another one. I would say Elijah Moore. There are a lot here, a lot of options for the Colts. Fucking Chris Ballard. I respect him so much.
A lot of different ways that could go.
I mean, it's. Hang on. It's just crazy. I said it this week. I said, I'm always left with Chris Ballard like, how? Like, one, that's such a great pick. How is that dude there?
How did that happen?
Like, it happened last year with Jonathan Franklin. He fell to them in the second round. And then I wasn't really expecting him to take him, and he did it. I was like, God, that makes so much sense. How is he still available? And then, like, I don't know about the year before that, but the other instance I'm thinking of is Quentin Nelson fell to them at number 6, and I'm like, God, you get a Hall of Fame offensive lineman likely Hall of Fame offensive lineman. He's certainly on that track right now at number 6. And then the year before that, Malik Hooker fell to them at 15. Just this always happens, and I dig it about him.
He's really smart with his picks, that's for sure. So yeah, who knows? Starting to lose my edge.
Dude, it's only 9:52. I actually thought it was later than that.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose. I know. I'm not getting tired from right now.
You got to drink. Man, pear is a really good flavor of these. Ranch water, prickly pear. If you live in Texas, our one viewer, go get it. Colts take Quiddy Pay. All right, that's what. All right, Darisol's still there.
Somehow.
Yeah. I could see Tennessee taking him.
Yeah, I could definitely see Tennessee taking him.
After the disaster that was the Isaiah Wilson pick last year, I could definitely see Tennessee taking Darrisaw. I'm not left with the same feeling.
No, I say that. I think Pay slid.
I'm a little bit, man, that's a good pick. Not as much as, other times I felt with Chris Ballard. But hey, Pay probably was, I don't know about the best player available, but one of the 2, 3 best, close to the top. So not a reach, fills a need. They've really needed an edge rusher for a few years. And it's not that they've neglected it, just the board has never fallen their way. And this year it kind of does. And I like Pay. I think he's going to be a good player.
Yeah, I do too.
Something about Big Ten defensive players I just really like. I mean, I know you can never go wrong with like a SEC player, but if I'm taking a defensive player, like I just feel like you can't go wrong if he's in the Big Ten. I don't know why.
I like it. It's a good pick. Probably would have gone Darrisaw, but.
Well, I mean, it does fill a need. They must feel pretty good about.
Yeah, certainly not a bad pick.
Who they have along the O-line right now.
Not a reach. It's definitely not. It's.
Or they feel they can get a really good tackle in the second round, but you can't get a really good edge rusher right here, which is the case.
Yeah.
Tennessee now on the clock, about less than 5 minutes left. I could see Darrisaw. I could see Newsome. I could see Farley. I don't think it'll be an edge rusher with Pay off the board now and Phillips, and I think those are the only 2.
At this point it'd be Ojulari or.
Yeah, I think Ojulari is a fringe first-round pick. Oweh, I'll be very surprised if he ends up being a first-round pick. Crazy speed. He ran like a 4.3 40, but the tape's just not there from what I've read. Production and tape just kind of not there. kind of a really raw prospect. Tennessee, Rashad Bateman, I think, isn't out of the question here after they lost Corey Davis.
I was gonna say like inside receiver, Elijah Moore, Rashad Bateman, maybe. They've got AJ Brown on the outside.
Yep.
So yeah.
If I were to guess, I'm gonna say Greg Newsome here. They lost 2 starting corners this offseason. I mean, Davis is one thing. You can find a receiver later, though.
Yeah, I agree. I think you're.
You could use a right tackle, but again, I think you can find one of those later. You lose 2 starting corners, like those are pretty big holes to fill. So I'm gonna say Newsome here. Or Farley. I mean, I wouldn't be shocked by either one. I'm going to say Newsome, though.
I think I agree. I think it's going to be Newsome. But not going to be a running back, not going to be a quarterback, not going to be
This is getting interesting.
I think it's either corner or receiver.
I say this is getting interesting because, speaking as a Green Bay fan, I know this from firsthand experience. Ever since Brian Gutekunst became GM in 2018, he has traded up in the draft. He traded up to get Jair Alexander, traded up to get Darnell Savage, traded up to get Jordan Love last year. So keep an eye on that. These next few picks. I wouldn't be surprised if it's Elijah Moore.
Jair Alexander is a beast.
Yeah, he's really – I mean, even Darnell Savage really blossomed last year into a above-average starter. Even Rashawn Gary. Rashawn Gary, everyone thought would be a bust. Or I shouldn't say they thought he would be a bust. They were calling him a bust because he didn't see the field his first year in Green Bay in 2019. And then what happens at the end of this past year in 2020? He's starting and playing well. So it's almost as if we should just let these guys develop.
Yeah.
I say that all the time.
What a novel idea. I hate that Gary is starting now because Montravius Adams is still in the Packers.
Well, Gary actually plays edge rusher now. He's not in the inside. He's not in the interior.
Yeah, I was wondering if he played it on the outside of the inside.
He basically took a red shirt, what I call a red shirt year.
Yeah.
He played sparingly. He was getting familiar with a new position, and I think they were kind of molding his body to be an edge rusher. So he played very sparingly. But tested off the charts athletically. And then they took a chance on him, and he played. I mean, when he played last year, he played very well, especially at the end of the year. So Tennessee pick is in now. I'm still going to say Newsome, but I'm getting the sneaky suspicion it's going to be Elijah Moore now. I'd really love Greg Newsome in Green Bay. I'd be fired up for that. That probably won't make Aaron Rodgers happy, but I don't really give a shit. At this point.
Talking a lot about receiver.
Yeah.
See.
I mean, there are 2 really good ones. Bateman and Moore sitting right there.
Yeah.
Feels like it's going to be a receiver.
Yeah, it is kind of feeling like that. So I will say more than because I think he's the better of the 2. But man, I do think it still could be Newsome.
Yeah. I mean, I just think that's my opinion. I mean, they're fairly set in the, I've said from the ball out all evening, Tennessee's pretty good in the trenches. They spent some money to get Bud Dupree to help with that defensively. Offensive line, though, they're pretty set. They could use a right tackle, but you lose 2 starting corners in the offseason. I just feel like that needs to be your priority because that's a hard position to find really good players. That, like, quarterback, left tackle, edge rusher, corner, like, it's just hard to find really good players at those positions. Titans select Caleb Farley.
Really?
I may or may not have gotten that pick right. No, I did not. Almost. I was 1 pick off. I had him going to Indianapolis at 21.
Close enough.
Yeah, close enough. That's a really good pick. I really like that pick by Tennessee.
Yeah, I don't hate it. Like I said, this felt like it was going to be either a corner or receiver, and Farley was one of the top 2 corners. So.
Farley, if it wasn't for medical concerns, he would have been a top 10 pick. I mean, he checks all the boxes. He's athletic. He's big. I mean, great coverage ability. The problem was he had back surgery, I think, at least once, maybe twice. And he opted out this past year, and teams were a little turned off, opting out. Not that opting out I think is a big deal or anything. I don't think teams care that much. But I think he opted out and then got back surgery. I think that turned teams off. But you're banking on his upside here. He's got great upside. This could be a huge steal for the Titans. I really like this pick.
Yeah, I don't hate it. It's a risk.
It is a risk.
It's a risk.
But I think that's worth on a corner. I think that's worth it.
The reward outweighs the risk.
Yeah, I think so too. You're talking about getting a potential lockdown corner at 22.
Yeah,
like I never thought Jair Alexander would be as good as he's been in Green Bay. I thought he would be above average, but he's a lockdown corner. And he was picked at 18. You just rarely see that happen. Man, I like that pick.
Yeah, it's a good pick.
Okay, this has to be where Darisaw comes off the board. Minnesota really needs a left tackle.
We keep saying that, and it just doesn't happen. So
I'll say it right now, I'll be shocked if this pick isn't Darisaw. Minnesota has needed help on the O-line for years. They've lost, I think they're maybe both starting tackles. I know for sure they're left tackle. And this was an offensive line that already wasn't very good. Then you lose your starting left tackle. This is trouble. I feel like left tackle's got to be the pick here. I don't know who else it could be because the 2 edge rushers are off the board. I thought that was a wild card pick for the Vikings because they could really use another edge rusher opposite of Danielle Hunter. They don't really need a receiver. They don't need a running back. The quarterbacks are off the board, so any potential Hail Mary of them taking a quarterback is out of the question at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be a corner, I think. I think that's kind of a dark horse pick, and Greg Newsome's right there.
So, yeah, I would say if you want to take – it wouldn't surprise me if a team ends up taking Newsome if they don't – and not even necessarily like as a need because he's really the last probably first round.
Yeah,
back.
James got Farley right. He's at 7 picks right out of 22. He's killing it.
Run away with it. Damn it, man. So, I mean, like, yeah, pick is in for Minnesota. Newsome wouldn't surprise me here. Darisaw wouldn't surprise me here. Like you said, the edge rusher, maybe. But that's, I mean, I don't know. I'll say Newsome, but I'm not.
I'm gonna stick with Darisaw. It just makes too much sense. But I said that with Washington, and I was wrong.
Yeah, I'm not overly confident about
Pick is in at 23.
where they're going to go here.
I don't think it would be Barmore.
Yeah, I thought about that. I didn't think that either. Of course, I don't think he's a top. I don't think he's a first round pick. Unless somebody just desperately needs a interior presence. I don't know. I think it's either Darisaw or Newsome.
I would agree. I don't. They don't.
Outside shot, like an Ojulari or a.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I'm not sure if Ojulari fits Zimmer's defense.
No, yeah.
He's more of a. I think he's better at like Baltimore. Baltimore uses a multiple front. Minnesota really doesn't. By the way, what did you now that this is on now that they're promoting it? What did you think of the Falcon Winter Soldier ending?
I didn't love it. I didn't hate it. But I didn't
Aside from the politics, it was a very good series.
Well, yeah, it was. And
I can't deal with all the political BS.
Yeah, it didn't surprise me that that's the way they went. You know, I knew. Well, you heard that they had to cut a whole bunch of plot because the Flag Smashers were supposedly, like, they let loose a pandemic, and so they cut the plot line because if you remember in like the first episode, the second episode, Bucky and Sam fight the Flag Smashers in the back of that truck, and they're hauling vaccines. So everyone was made to think at that point.
Yeah, they probably changed it to the Super Soldier Serum. Well, no, they probably did. Yeah, that looks like a vaccine.
Yeah, so I mean, like, I think they kind of.
That's weak. Who would get offended by that?
They got back to there a little bit. I don't,
All right, let's see who the pick is here. Darisaw. All right, I'm not. That's what it should have been. Why he was still available at 23, I have no idea. Vikings get a steal.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's for sure who it should have been.
Well, so now we get to 24. The Steelers now on the clock. All the rumors have said Najee Harris.
Connor is James Conner.
I don't think he's re-signed. I think he's a free agent.
Free agent now? Yeah.
I think so. Every rumor out there has said Najee Harris is going to Pittsburgh, which tells me I just find that hard to believe that they're leaking that with the 24th pick. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know how the board's going to fall. It's different with San Francisco. We knew who was going 1 and 2. You know what I mean? So it makes sense to leak stuff like that, but who leaks about who they're going to take with the 24th pick? Just never made a ton of sense. But if you believe the rumors, it should be Najee Harris. I'm not 100% convinced it will be, though.
And Harris makes sense. I mean,
yeah, it does. He does.
It makes sense in a fits a need type of sense, but
I'm just trying to think of who else. I don't think it would be Elijah Moore. With Darisaw off the board, pick is in now for the Steelers. With Darisaw off the board, I don't think it would be an offensive tackle.
Would be I don't think it would be a line. I don't think it would be defensive back. Maybe Mooring. I don't think it would be.
They don't really need a safety.
No, I don't think it would be Ojulari.
I think that's a sneaky. I think that's a dark horse. They lost Bud Dupree, but I think they like that Alex Highsmith guy that they drafted last year. Doesn't say yet who the Steelers have picked. I'm gonna say Najee Harris. I wouldn't be surprised if it was a linebacker like Owusu Koromoa. I think he'd be really good in Pittsburgh. I think Ojulari is not out of the question. They could, take one of these tackles, offensive tackles. They need help on the O-line.
Yeah, but who's left?
There are some guys that I think could be taken. Like Tevin Jenkins is one.
Oklahoma State.
Yeah. I think Dylan Reduns, whatever his name is, from North Dakota State, could sneak in. Liam Eichenberg, I don't think it's impossible he sneaks in. I think Creed Humphrey could be the pick here. They lost, I think it's Marquise Pouncey, one of the Pouncey brothers.
Shut up.
Steelers take Najee Harris. All right, so rumors were true. All right, so that fills the need for them.
You're sure.
That was it. That makes a ton of sense. The Steelers, I don't think they kind of struggled to run the ball last year. I know they struggled significantly in short yardage last year running the ball. Add 6'2", 230-pound Najee Harris.
Yeah,
that helps with that. Yeah, and he's much more than just a north-south runner. He can catch the ball. I really like Najee Harris.
He's a bigger Le'Veon Bell with that type of, but not Le'Veon Bell's.
No, because Le'Veon Bell at the time could really do it all.
Yeah,
like really well, and I'm not sure Harris is at that point. He doesn't move as well as Bell does.
I think people miss as well as he can. It's good,
but he's a freight train, and then you got to account for him in the passing game. Just really hard player to defend, I think.
This makes the most sense.
Yeah. William. James is now at 8. 8 picks. So he tied his number from last year right now, and we still got 8 more to go. I'm not mad at him. I texted him, "You bitch, fuck you." James knows what he's doing. I listened too much to rumors. I should have just stuck to my gut. The one rumor, oddly enough, I didn't listen to was Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
All right, so Jacksonville is on the clock again here at 25. I'm expecting this to be Trayvon Moehrig. They could really use help on the back end of their defense. I think they want to take an offensive lineman, but there's not really one to take here. And Jacksonville has never really been a team that reaches. They've usually drafted best player available.
Yeah.
Especially in the last 5 or 6 years. I'm going to say Trayvon Moehrig. I don't think Elijah Moore is really out of the question. They don't need a receiver, but another couldn't hurt.
But he's close to the top of the board. I don't think it's out of the question. More pretty good.
I don't think Creed Humphrey's out of the question if they wanted to get nuts. And take and reach for a lineman. I think Creed Humphrey's going to be really good. He's just a center, You can usually find those guys later-ish. But really athletic center. I don't think – he might be a reach at 25, but it'll be one of those in 3 or 4 years, who gives a shit? He's a really good player. Who cares that we reach for him? I'm going to say Moehrig because that's who I've mocked to Jacksonville for weeks. They could use a safety. And
who's Jack on the back?
I think he was an undrafted free agent last year. James Robinson, something like that. I know Robinson, I think was his last name.
I don't think this is the play.
I don't think it's ETN.
Travis Etienne makes some sense here. Pair him with Trevor Lawrence, but I don't know if they really need it. Like you said, I think
The dude who started for them last year at running back played very well.
that's the bit. Yeah,
And I think he was like a late round pick or a undrafted free agent, something. Played very well. If you think you can upgrade, which I think ETN probably would be an upgrade, that's fine.
Yeah.
But if you're getting good production out of them, why wouldn't you just keep rolling with them? That's me though. I don't really value running back that much.
And running backs, you can always find a serviceable running back. You don't. I mean, unless you know. And I don't think ETN necessarily fits. Of course, we're not 100%.
I'll tell you what, Greg Newsome would be a good fit here too.
Yeah, I think defensive back is where they go here. Whether it's Newsome, Mooring.
I wouldn't be shocked at all because I think if Newsome's still available, the next pick, Cleveland is going to snatch him. If Green Bay traded up here to 25 to take Newsome, I wouldn't be surprised.
I could see that. Pair him with Alexander. Have two.
Well, Green Bay has been linked to Asante Samuel Jr., and it's not that I don't like Asante Samuel Jr. I like him. I think he'll be a good player. I'm not crazy about him, though, in Green Bay because Jair Alexander is 5'10". He's great, but he's 5'10". Asante Samuel Jr. is 5'10". I just don't think you want to potentially play against Tampa Bay in the NFC Championship, assuming Rodgers stays in Green Bay, of course. But I just don't think you want to play two 5'10" corners against 6'5" Mike Evans and 6'3" Chris Godwin.
Yeah.
Ideally, I think you want to have a taller body opposite of Jair, which Greg Newsome would be. He's about 6'1". Pick is in for the Jags. I'm gonna stick with. Yeah, I'm gonna. It's gonna probably be a defensive back. I agree. I'm gonna say Newsome. I'm gonna change my pick. I just thought him. I said Mooring, but I'm gonna change to Newsome.
Yeah. Just to be different from you, I'll go Mooring, but
yeah.
I think it's one of the two.
I mean, Bateman's still available too. They don't really need a receiver though.
Really need a receiver.
They got some pretty good pass catchers.
They could get freaky and
ETN. I don't hate that.
No.
I would hate it if it was the pick. I don't hate that prediction. I do think Jacksonville could really use a running back. You know, I'm a believer in, you can plug and play, but as an undrafted free agent, really a long-term solution, as the starting running back. Can you upgrade? Likely, yes, you can for an undrafted free agent. So that's just my attitude toward it.
Yeah, I think
ever since Daryl's family started using game plates.
I think an outside shot here is Kelvin Joseph, cornerback from Kentucky, who
I mean, if you want to get nuts with it, yeah.
Is long as hell.
He is. He's about 6'3".
Got bodied, absolutely bodied by Seth Williams in the opener against Auburn.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, played well enough. Kind of got bullied around a little bit by George Pickens at Georgia, Kyle Pitts at Florida, but is just so long and has cover abilities. That wouldn't surprise me if Urban Meyer just fell in love with him and loves long. He at Florida especially loved long, lanky corners.
All right, here we go. The pick.
So.
Wow, you called it. Travis Etienne.
Travis Etienne.
That's not bad. I mean, that's not a.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not what I would have done, but hey. I'm pretty surprised. I thought Etienne would go day 2. But hey, he's a really good player. Fills a need for Jacksonville, I would argue. So I thought that was Dabo in the front. Kind of looks like him. We sure it's not? Looks too big to be Dabo. Like muscular.
I think Dabo was wherever
Probably with Trevor Lawrence, yeah.
Preference was.
Does he prefer Trevor Lawrence to Travis Etienne?
Probably. Wouldn't you?
I don't know. We're not racist, by the way.
No.
All right, so Cleveland is up. I could see DB here, Newsome or Morig. I could really see Christian Barmore. They could really use some help in the interior defensive line. I don't think Ojulari is out of the question.
Yeah, there's a lot of ways.
I don't think they'll go offense here.
I don't think they'll go offense either. I think it'll be Barmore, maybe Ojulari, maybe Newsome, maybe
Owusu Koromoa, maybe.
Formoa.
I mean, they need help at all the levels of the defense. I'm gonna say.
I haven't mentioned Carlos Basham yet.
I'm gonna say Newsome.
Yeah.
They signed John Johnson at safety in the offseason, so I think that probably delays drafting a safety. And they drafted, I think it was Grant Delpit last year who got hurt.
Did they get Delpit last year?
I thought they did. I know for sure Greedy Williams the year before that.
Yeah. I forgot that Delpit got hurt.
So, yeah, they had some injuries on the back end of their defense. I'm pretty sure Greedy Williams got hurt. I think Delpit got hurt.
Yeah.
And then you already have Denzel Ward. So they could go corner here and go Newsome. They could go safety. I don't think either's out of the question. I mean, teams nowadays roll with 5 DBs anyway. They're in more of a nickel. At least 5 DBs. They're in more of a nickel look all the time now, with it being a passing league.
Yeah, like a 4-2-5 or a 3-3-5.
Yeah.
I'll say Ojulari.
Pick is in, so no trade, and my Packers are coming up.
Yeah, we're getting close to it. What are you thinking?
Well, they've been linked to Rashad Bateman. And if he's the pick, I wouldn't mind it at all. Really, I think the board's shaping up pretty well for them here. They need an offensive line. They need an offensive tackle, corner, receiver, interior D-line. I mean, there are dudes at all those positions even if Cleveland, Baltimore, and New Orleans took one of them, there'd still be 1 or 2 that Green Bay could take.
Yeah, there's still a first round.
Yeah.
The guy would really have a first round pick.
So, like, Newsome is available. Barmore's available. Tevin Jenkins is available. Bateman and Moore is available. That's 5 guys right there. There's 4 picks, right? 1, 2, 3. No, 3 picks. So, to Green Bay. So, I think the board's shaping up very well for them right here. So, I don't really think they'll trade up.
I agree. Well, yeah. I think it's Ojulari or kid from Notre Dame. Owusu.
Yeah, I like Owusu Koromoa. He's a little small, not very thick. He's like 6'2", 215.
So a little small. Would have to put some weight on if he wants to play.
Well, I mean, I've heard what's his name for the Colts.
He could play inside.
Okay, so it sounds like Newsome is going to the Browns here. which I'm not surprised at all.
Yeah.
Now you're looking at 3 really good corners for the Browns. Denzel Ward, potentially 3. Denzel Ward, Greedy Williams, and Greg Newsome.
No. It's not a bad pick. I don't hate it.
If that is the pick.
Oh, we got a presentation first.
Yeah, what's up with this? I thought they did this later. Yeah, Greg Newsome. All right, that's a good pick. I really like Greg Newsome. Big body, fast, athletic freak. I wanted him in Green Bay. Didn't think he'd be there at 29. I thought they'd have to trade up for him, but with the way the board is falling, just don't think there's a need to trade up at this point.
Yeah, 6'1". We'll probably end up playing at about 200. Not bad pick.
Well, no, I don't think that is the over for corners. I thought that was a push. I think it was at 4.5. And I know it can't literally be a push. I just wasn't sure about it at all. I was pretty 50-50 on whether or not 5 corners would go in the first round or just 4. 4 are off the board, and we still have, 6 picks left? So it's getting tight here. Baltimore now on the clock. This is probably where more Bateman comes off the board.
Yeah,
Baltimore wanted to revamp their receiving core in the offseason and had a hard time finding a receiver. They ended up signing Sammy Watkins, who's all right.
Yeah, but he's not going to play inside. He'll play outside.
Yeah.
Both of these.
You could go. I mean, you already had Mark Andrews there, who's in the middle of the field. You don't need Elijah Moore, but it stretches the field. I mean, whoever, it's going to stretch the defense. But Bateman, you put Bateman and Watkins on the perimeter, and then you got Mark Andrews in the middle. That makes sense. Elijah Moore, though, is the best one, arguably, according to Mel Kiper, the best one available. I think Bateman's better, though.
I agree.
So I would imagine one of those two guys.
I like it. I think it's going to be one of the two.
I think a dark horse is Tevin Jenkins. Tevin Jenkins, from what I've heard, most people consider just a right tackle.
Yeah.
Which isn't a knock.
No.
Obviously you want a left tackle, though. It doesn't matter. You were saying this about Tua, with him being left-handed, and you gotta. I've heard some people say, well, you gotta move your left tackle to the right side. It doesn't matter anymore. You need 2 really good tackles. Yeah. But from what I've heard about Tevin Jenkins, back to what I was saying, most people view him as just a right tackle, and that's probably all he's going to be, which does fill a need for Baltimore. They just traded Orlando Brown. So right now you got a pretty big hole there at right tackle. So you could go Jenkins. He slides right into right tackle, plays, not much of a transition probably. I don't think it'll be, because they got another pick here at 31, I believe. Unless I've been wrong, in which case I look dumb. But I'm pretty sure they got one at 31. Looks like the pick is in for the Ravens. The clock reset, yep. Yeah, I would expect more Bateman here. Probably lean Bateman.
Yeah, I would probably lean Bateman or Jenkins.
Yeah. I think those might be the 2 picks that they use at 27 and 31. They'll do Bateman here or more, and then probably Jenkins at 31. Or it could be Ojulari. They could use an edge rusher too. Then we get to the Saints. Honestly, the Saints would probably take a receiver too. The top 4 corners are off the board. They could take Asante Samuel Jr. I think he's kind of a reach at 28.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think he's
I've seen some people have him in the first round. I've seen most not have him in the first round. I just don't think so here. I think the Saints have done a pretty good job of drafting in the last few years. I would expect them to take whichever receiver Baltimore doesn't take. So whether it's Moore or Bateman, I would expect the Saints to take the other guy. Then you look at Green Bay, and those two receivers are off the board. Then it gets a little trickier. I think Tevin Jenkins is in play for Green Bay. I think Creed Humphrey's in play for Green Bay. I think Barmore. I really want Christian Barmore in Green Bay.
I'm sure he play tackle, right?
Defensive tackle, yeah. They already have Kenny Clark, but they need someone next to Kenny Clark in the interior. Then you're talking about a pretty good defensive front with Kenny Clark and Zadarius Smith and Rashawn Gary and then Christian Barmore. Barmore could go to New Orleans at 28 too, but he might not. I've heard he might just slip out of the first round.
Shane, we got somebody in the chat.
Oh, do we?
Jonah Clem has asked, what is the most surprising pick so far, in your opinion?
Jonah Clem is my cousin. All right, Jonah, thank you for tuning in, bud. I appreciate that. Most surprising pick for me has to probably be Alex Leatherwood.
Yeah.
Didn't really see him going in the first round.
Leatherwood definitely feels like felt like a reach.
There's Tevin Jenkins. I was worried I was talking about him too soon. Morgan could be a pick here too for Baltimore. They could use a safety. Morgan's another one I'd keep an eye on for Green Bay. For my Packers. They're the new defensive coordinator they brought in has preached a 3 safety look, how that's going to be important. And they already have 2 good ones, and Darnell Savage and Adrian Amos. They could use a third, so Trayvon Morgan's right there. It is Rashad Bateman to the Ravens. All right, so we kind of got that one right. Surprised he lasted this long. All right, so now we get to the Saints. Could be Elijah Moore. Could be Barmore. You're going to respond to our own live feed.
Yeah. I want people to know that they're
just in case my cousin doesn't have the sound on, who is Will Turley? Is that one of your? Yeah, is that your buddy?
That's mine.
You have a fake YouTube account? Oh, okay. So it is a real. I asked if he was your buddy. I didn't hear if you said.
Yeah, no, that's my buddy. Yeah.
Okay. Rondale Moore. So I've always gotten the feeling that Rondale Moore was going to be a first-round pick. I've got the same feeling about him that I did about John Ross. So John Ross was a receiver from Washington a few years ago. And he was kind of a one-dimensional – I'm not saying Rondale Moore is a one-dimensional player at all. He's not. But John Ross kind of was, but he broke the 40 record or something, fastest 40 at like 4.22 or something like that. And
do you know who held that record where John Ross broke it?
I believe it was Chris Johnson. Was it not?
Oh, I was going to say it was Bo Jackson. But
well, you're probably not wrong. I think Bo Jackson was unofficial. Officially, it was Chris Johnson, I believe.
I think Bo ran a 4.19.
I believe it.
Will will help me with this. I think it may have even been a 4.15.
Will says, I'm real and very honored that Steven called me his buddy. And he says, yes, Chris Johnson official, Bo Jackson unofficial. So, boom. I was right.
Gotcha.
Anyway, so what I was saying, Rondell Moore feels like kind of John Ross. John Ross, no one really knew if he would be a first-round pick or not. I said he would be just based on his speed, and he ended up being a top 10 pick. I get the same kind of feeling with Rondell Moore, although it's becoming less and less likely now.
He had that breakout freshman year
Yeah.
at Purdue.
Yeah.
Huge freshman year. Was great. I got hurt his sophomore year. And
Yeah,
then sat
he had
out
some
right.
injuries at Purdue.
So didn't really get a chance to play at full strength
Pick is in for the Saints.
for a while. So
Yeah.
I hate to say it, Will. I disagree with you here.
Especially with Elijah Moore still on the board.
Being Elijah Moore. It wouldn't surprise me if it was like a Barmore. It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
I don't know if an edge like an Ojolari.
Not really. I think Owusu Koromoa is in play here.
Usukormoa, a linebacker.
Morey could be in play. I think they want a corner. I just don't think they'll reach for Asante Samuel Jr.
No, I don't think they will either. And I don't even think Asante Samuel Jr. is the next
Dexter commercial.
corner off the board. I think the next corner off the board is Kelvin Joseph.
Maybe.
But that's just a personal opinion. But yeah, Elijah Moore, Barmore maybe. Although I don't want to see another Alabama player drafted until I have the most first-round draft picks. So I'll say Elijah Moore.
Yeah, I think so too. I really like Rondell Moore. Like if Green Bay picks him at 29, I would not be mad at all. But he's getting knocked because of his size. He's only about 5'7".
Yeah,
but the thing is, like if you look at his body, he's got girth to him. Like he's only 175, but you look at his body, he's got muscle and tone to him. I think he could take hits, which is odd to say because I know he's been dinged up at Purdue the last 2 years, but I do think he can do it. And he ran like a 4.2, so I think he's worth a first-round pick.
The speed plays, but
he does a lot more than John Ross did with the ball in his hands. Like he can do crossing routes, just like get him the ball, and he'll make something happen. John Ross really wasn't like that. He was more just a deep threat. That's all he was, and it's been proven in the NFL that's really all he is.
Yeah, but the thing is, you have all those same things with Elijah Moore, and you don't have the injury concerns with Elijah Moore. So
it says Packers are on the clock.
I think it's Elijah Moore. I don't. Though I don't know. I've been on a bit of a cold streak lately, so.
No, we got Bateman right.
Did we? I can't even remember anymore.
I think we said like him or Moore, and we ended up being right technically. I'll be very surprised if the Saints went quarterback here. Well, Turley says girth.
Sure. It's a good word.
I mean, you're not wrong, Will. You're not wrong, Will. I think he would be a great fit with the Saints, but so would Elijah Moore.
I saw on the Twitters. I don't know if it's true or not.
What'd you see?
Peyton Turner.
Okay.
Houston.
Okay. That's a little surprising. Not as much as Alex Leatherwood.
True or not?
Well, I had heard to keep an eye on him. He's an edge rusher from Houston. Big body, like 6'5", 270. Like pretty impressive tape. And I saw more people have him as more of a second-round pick, but the closer we got to the draft this week, everyone said keep an eye on Peyton Turner. Apparently a lot of teams like him. So I'm not that surprised, but okay, that's interesting. I'm not really sure I mean, the Saints could use that.
Yeah, I just don't think. I think there's better players on the board.
Yeah. It's a little bit of a reach, but I think he's got some strong upside.
It's one of those situations. If they like him,
Yeah.
no,
Like 6'5", 289. He's a big dude, and he's an edge rusher. Yeah, I think this could be a pretty good pick. Just kind of a reach, it feels like. But again, like I said about I forget who it was. I think I said it hypothetically about Creed Humphrey. In 3 or 4 years, if he's pretty good, no one's going to give a shit. Which I think that could very well be the case.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. I just think you could have gotten a better.
All right, pick is in for the Packers. My team. All right, so I would say probably Elijah Moore. I think Christian Barmore, Tevin Jenkins. That's probably my top 3. I think Creed Humphrey is kind of a dark horse here after losing Corey Linsley.
I'm just so bad with big Kyle Trask. I think it'd be hilarious.
That ain't happening.
I think you're probably right. I think tackle.
You too, Will. You're going to give me shit for Jordan Love? I mean, you're not giving me shit for Jordan Love, but you're just making fun of Green Bay taking a quarterback. But I don't even know you, Will. Back off.
Back off. Shut up.
No, I'll be obviously they don't need a quarterback. He says I am giving you shit for Jordan Love. Oh yeah, let's bring in Schefter to bring in more lies about Aaron Rodgers. I shouldn't say that. There's clearly smoke here. Y'all are way too, not just you guys in our chat room. Thank you for joining, by the way. They are way too convinced Trask is going to be anywhere close to a first-round pick. He's not. Well, let's see. I'm going to go ahead and scroll through my timeline here, see if any Green Bay guys know what's up. Yeah, I'd be open to a trade back as well.
What does that make you think?
What?
The Packers pick was quick. What does that make you think?
I think they knew who they wanted.
Yeah.
I mean, I do believe that the board worked pretty well for them here. I like Alusa Koromoa, fills a need. Morik fills a need. Barmore fills a need. Bateman fills a need. Moore fills a need. All of these guys are those are probably the top 5 players on the board. All would help the Packers to some extent.
Yeah.
So I think it went the board fell for them. I didn't think it would, but it did fall their way.
Not wrong.
Do you know who this Abi is, I assume?
That is, that's Aviva D.
All right, so Packers take Eric Stokes, corner from Georgia. Got to say, I'm really not that crazy about it.
I think you could have gotten a better corner there. Wow.
Well, I mean, that will not go over well with some people. Stokes, athletic freak, fast. I think he's a big body. Fills a need at corner. Feels like a tad bit of a reach. I think there are better players on the board. But fast, big. I mean, we'll see. I saw some people consider him a first-round pick. I didn't, but he was a top 50 or so prospect. He got him at 29. allegedly ran like a 4.2 40. Snotty says good pick. I'm shocked. I'm shocked. Even my friend James says good pick. All right, so I guess I feel a little bit better now.
I disagree. I don't think that's a good pick.
6'1", 185, allegedly ran a 4.2.
Sorry, Will. Or Finn.
No, so you go ahead then. You go ahead. Talk about it.
Yeah, no, I don't like it. I think you could have gotten a better corner here.
Asante Samuel Jr. maybe, but like I said, you could argue Asante Samuel Jr. The reason why I don't think Green Bay would have been crazy about him is because that would have given him 2 5'10" corners, and I just don't think you want that. At least with Stokes, you get a little size.
Yeah, but man, I think you get more with Kelvin Joseph.
I'm not a big Kelvin Joseph guy. I probably like Stokes more than him.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm just.
Stokes tested off the charts, and for a corner, that's really good.
Athlete, and obviously that with the way that the NFL game is going, that helps. But obviously we played Georgia every year. And I've just never heard anything from Stokes. But Kelvin Joseph, I did hear something from, and I don't know.
I would have liked other players, but I can live with this. I think.
Yeah.
When you look at the NFC Championship game. I think obviously having a different corner than Kevin King in that game could have changed the game. I think also having a different offensive tackle, and that's not really Green Bay's fault because David Bakhtiari tore his ACL during the season. So they were kind of shuffling dudes around. But having a different third offensive tackle, a swing guy starting at right tackle, that could have changed the game against Tampa. So they saw one of those with Stokes. I would imagine probably second-round pick is going to be a tackle or a receiver. Receiver is a need. It's not as much of a need as other people think. I say that just because, they got pretty good. They had the number one offense in the league last year, and they didn't. The only guy they drafted really high was Adams, and he was a second-round pick.
They draft AJ Dillon.
That was second round last year. Yeah, I like other players more, like I said, but I think Stokes. I do believe looks like he has a ton of upside.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I just think you could have gotten somebody a little bit better.
Yeah, that's fair.
So Abby's asking about a running back to Buffalo. I don't think there's one.
No, not with Etienne and Harris off the board. I don't see it. I don't even know. I think who's the dude from North Carolina? Javonte Williams, I think is his name.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a first-round pick.
No, I don't either. So
I think Azeez Ojulari. Sorry, I've been too busy focused on Green Bay. I think Azeez Ojulari is in play here at 30. Buffalo could really beef up their pass rush.
I said Elijah Moore kind of makes sense to me.
Yeah, if you want to keep getting Josh Allen playmakers, fine.
That's never a bad idea.
I'm gonna say Tevin Jenkins. They lost. No, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I'll go. Actually, I'll go Ojulari. I guess.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be Ojulari.
I think Ojulari makes sense.
Their biggest need right now is edge rusher, pass rush. Ojulari's not really a reach here at all. There are better players on the board, but getting him at 30 is not a reach.
At this point, it's getting into the steal territory for Ojulari.
Yeah. He just makes sense with Sean McDermott. They need a pass rush. Yeah. And, Stokes just came off the board. There's not really a corner to take. Buffalo is kind of like Green Bay. They could take Asante Samuel Jr., but I don't think – is Tre'Davious White very big? I don't think he is. I feel like he's like 5'10", 5'9".
I thought he was a bigger corner.
I don't think he is. I could be wrong.
Maybe making that up. I honestly don't know.
Let me see.
Yeah, he is 5'11", 175.
Well, that's bigger than I thought, but still, I don't think you want two guys below 6 feet tall being your starting corners. That's just me, though. I like bigger corners. I'm not against shorter guys, but I think you want a bigger guy to offset a shorter guy on the other side.
Not even close. Gregory Rousseau.
Really? Wow. So that's interesting. Russo was considered probably the top edge rusher in this draft. And it's so funny. James, my usual co-host, no offense to you, Steven, actually mocked him to Buffalo earlier in the week when we did our collective mock draft. However, Russo was once considered the top edge rusher in this draft. He tested allegedly very poorly. Just did not test well at pro days. And I thought he would fall to the day 2. Second round. I doubt the third, but I just didn't think he'd be a first-round pick. At 30, makes sense. I mean,
late first round.
I mean, he was considered the top edge rusher, so it's not really a reach.
Yeah.
I know he didn't test well. Another guy like Stokes, another guy with a ton of upside, I think.
Yeah, it's another one of those risk reward type picks because, like you said, he's got all the talent in the world. Tested pretty bad, and probably got outperformed this year by
Jalen Phillips, except Russo was an opt-out.
Oh, was he? Okay, never mind.
I only know that because they just said.
I very obviously didn't pay much attention to Miami football this year.
I mean, I know I didn't. Yeah, I like Russo. I mean, didn't test very well. I would prefer athletic edge rushers, but I don't think that's really a position where you need to be super duper athletic. You know what I mean?
No,
Like if you're just kind of fast and can get after the pass rush, or can get after the passer.
About with technique.
Yeah. It's all about really edge rushing is all about technique. If you have speed, great. Obviously, I don't want like a slow edge rusher. Those guys don't really pan out. Like I remember like Taco Charlton, who ran like a 4.9 40, and I think Derek Barnett did too. Derek Barnett's an okay player, but I don't even think Taco Charlton's still in the league. Those guys ran slow 40s. They're really not that good. So I would prefer speed. But really, it's all about technique. So if Russo can learn technique, I don't think his lack of athleticism, allegedly, is going to be a big deal. So now we get to Baltimore at 31. I feel like this is going to be Tevin Jenkins.
I thought it felt like Elijah Moore.
Could be Ojulari too.
Ojulari makes sense.
You know what? You make a good point. They could just double down on receiver and just take Elijah Moore. I wouldn't mind that at all. Just as a draft fan, because then you got Sammy Watkins on the one side of the perimeter, you got Rashad Bateman on the other, Mark Jones in the middle, and then Elijah Moore also in the middle. Talk about a stretch defense. That makes a ton of sense, actually. I'm not sure they will. You can find another receiver later if you really wanted to.
Yeah, and I don't know how they feel about doubling up. Like I said, it makes sense.
You don't usually see that in the first, if you have 2 picks in the first round, you don't usually see that.
Other folks make sense. Other guys make sense too. Ojulari, Jenkins.
I think that those are who it's going to come down to. Oh, though Trayvon Morgan's still available.
Yeah, Mooring. That's who I was going to bring up. That makes some sense. It's I don't know. It's a crapshoot. We'll see.
I'm pretty surprised. Morig's still on the board. Barmore's still on the board. There are some guys I'm very surprised are still on the board. Though Barmore, I shouldn't say I'm not surprised. There were rumors that teams were kind of turned off by him. Apparently, he doesn't take to coaching very well. Kind of a big deal. Not that he has an attitude problem, from what it sounds, but a B says Elijah Moore definitely.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense. Like I said, it makes sense. It's just the thought of doubling up is what's.
It's not that you don't. You see it. Just usually you see it in different rounds. Like I remember Denver did it last year. They took Jerry Jeudy in the first, and then KJ Hamler in the second, 2 receivers. I remember Green Bay taking Jair Alexander and then Josh Jackson, 2 corners in the first 2 rounds in 2018. So it happens, just not usually in the same round, especially the first round. But not very many teams had 2 first-round picks. I'm going to have to give Eric Stokes a follow.
Oh, man. I want to kind of run down the best available list. Yeah, I think it's Ojulari here.
He fits very well with Baltimore. He played like both standing up and with his hand in the dirt at Georgia, and Baltimore runs a multiple defensive front. So I think he'd just be a really good fit here. But I think Jenkins is a very good possibility too.
Here's what Ozzie Newsome's big bammer ass could do.
Ozzie Newsome ain't the GM anymore.
Is he not? Thank God, because I was going to say he could take Landon Dickerson here.
No, he retired after 2018, I believe. Because I think his last first-round pick was Lamar Jackson.
Thank God.
J.C. Horn, I'm responding to Will here. J.C. Horn, I'm really not that surprised. I had heard rumblings, because he was one of the biggest risers of this draft class. He went from being, I'm not even sure what round originally he was supposed to be. And then next thing you know, he's shot up to the first round. Then, he just kept testing very, very well at pro days. And then more guys are looking at his tape, and you're like, oh, damn, this dude can play. So he went from being like day 2 or 3, maybe even 3 pick, to, oh, this dude's a first rounder. So, okay, maybe tail end. Nope, he's going to be taken before the 20s. Then it became, no, he's going to go sooner than this. And then it just got to the point this week where I was like, look, if he's in the top 10, first corner off the board, I wouldn't be surprised by the way this guy has risen.
Yeah. That's what it turned out to be.
Yep. And Carolina, it fits. I guess I agree, Will, because I'm very surprised Carolina didn't take a chance on Justin Fields. I am surprised by that. But I'm not surprised with Horn. He fills a need for Carolina. They really need a corner. I feel like I keep interrupting you. You keep trying to chime in, and I'm interrupting you.
I just think I don't know.
All right, pick is in for Baltimore. Elijah Moore makes sense, but Ojulari. Ooh, All right, so we got the position right, but Jason Oweh,
Jason Owe.
the Penn State edge rusher. Okay, so this is interesting because I'm not a big fan of Oweh. He ran like a 4.340, very, very fast, just very raw. Didn't have a ton of production in college. But I'm not surprised someone is taking a chance on him in the first round given his speed. Yeah, so Oweh had 0 sacks last year. And he's a first-round pick. You know, you just don't really see that. And the pick's already in for the Bucks. That was fast. I would probably say Elijah Moore. You know, you sign Antonio Brown to just a 1-year deal, be a good replacement for him. I don't think they don't really need a tackle. I don't think Tevin Jenkins is the pick here, especially after the way Wirfs played. Unless they want to develop Jenkins and move off Donovan Smith, move Wirfs to left tackle, and then eventually Jenkins moves to right or slides in as the starter on the right side.
Could they get freaky here and draft Kyle Trask?
I mean, I guess anything is possible. I just no. Kyle Trask ain't going to be picked that early. Everyone keeps saying Kyle Trask. He's not going to be picked that early.
I know. I'm
Honestly, I think Kellen Mond goes off the board before Kyle Trask. And then even then, I think there's a decent chance Davis Mills, the quarterback from Stanford, is the next quarterback off the board. It just won't be this pick. It'll be second or third round.
Mond. I think Ian Book is underrated.
Notre Dame.
Yeah, I know, but there's just not a whole lot of quarterback depth now. After those first 4, there's not much. Jamie Newman, no. Felipe Franks, no.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a terrific – I mean, it's hardly ever a terrific quarterback class. I think this is one of the better ones just because it's deep with, like, potential, you know. Bucks go Joe Tryon. Okay, that's interesting. Wow. Another edge rusher. So I did not think a lot of edge rushers would be taken in the first round, and I was dead wrong.
There was kind of a run on here late.
Well, the Bucks needed one. They locked up Shaq Barrett to a long-term deal.
Did they though?
Yeah, they did. They signed him to a 4-year deal this offseason. But
they need one.
JPP, Jason Pierre-Paul, has, I think, only 1 more year left in his deal.
That makes sense.
Yeah, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
And Tryon's a guy, you know, kind of injury, had a lot of injuries, kind of like Jalen. I shouldn't say kind of like Jalen Phillips. Not really, but.
Is he going to play
Probably.
edge or I'm trying to think of what they run.
They kind of run a multiple front.
Yeah, okay.
They got, you know, they kind of have JPP on one end with his hand in the dirt, and then on the other side is Shaq Barrett standing up.
Yeah.
So he's probably going to have his hand in the dirt. I would imagine this is
Russ similar to what Kevin Steele ran at Auburn for and willing to be.
I would imagine this is a backup plan for JPP if he walks next, or if they let him go next year, which probably will be the case. I mean, he's been around for a while. Well, that'll do it.
That does it. Another draft in the books, brother.
Another draft in the books.
Draft.
It's only 11 o'clock. I thought it would be later than this. I feel like this wrapped up earlier than usual.
No, a little bit quicker.
Maybe I'm just used to East Coast.
Used to Eastern time. You're not quite on Central time yet.
Dude, Central Time's the best time zone.
We'll get you there. It is.
I grew up on Central Time, and obviously with Steven in Alabama, kind of took it for granted until I moved to Morgantown. Then it's East Coast time there. and it's truly miserable. Like national champion, I remember the basketball national championship, between Baylor and Gonzaga started at 9 o'clock. Game's over by midnight. Then the draft starts at 8, and then it's midnight there, so 12:05. Just it's miserable. Sunday Night Football ends at 11:30, just almost midnight. Just doesn't make sense. Who's up that late? No one's really up that late. I probably would be, but I'm a devout football fan.
You're weird.
If I was on a normal sleep schedule, I would be. But when I lived in Morgantown, I was evening shift, so of course I was up. Yeah. Now the game ends at 10:30. I can still get a decent night's sleep in. Thank you, Will, for agreeing. Central Time is God's time. I will admit, sometimes I envy our friend Taylor, who lives out in Washington State.
I don't, man.
No. I just meant from like a time zone standpoint, because I think Pacific time would be kind of cool. Like
the problem there is like primetime game started. You're still in the freaking office.
True. Yeah. But it's over by 7, or a Sunday Night Football game starts at 8, so that's 5 their time. Yeah, ends at 8 o'clock. You can get a full 8 hours in. Depending on when you go to bed.
Let's see. Who do you think had the best first round?
Well, it's easy to say the Jets because they had 2 picks.
Yeah.
Or, the Jags. I'm not crazy about the ETN pick. It makes sense. I'm just not that crazy about it.
Yeah, I'm really not either.
So I'm going to say the Jets. I mean, it helps that they had 2 picks, but they got their quarterback and Zach Wilson. I almost forgot his name for a second. Zach Wilson. And you beef up your O-line a little bit with Elijah Vera-Tucker. You got Mekhi Becton last year, so you got your left tackle. Now you beef up the interior with Vera-Tucker. You got your quarterback and Zach Wilson. I thought the Jets had a good day. As for the teams with 1 pick, I don't want to go just like Trevor Lawrence or somebody. I need to think about this one. I would probably go Minnesota. I thought they got tremendous value and perfect combination of filling a need and tremendous value for Christian Darrisaw. Same with the Chargers too. But Chargers with Rashawn Slater, that's another one too. But yeah, Darrisaw fell to 23.
The two tackles that fell, the Chargers and the Vikings really, like you said, got a lot of value out of those. I really liked.
I also really like Caleb Farley and Jalen Phillips. I like those picks a lot.
Yeah. Farley I liked a lot. I liked Najee Harris to Pittsburgh. I think
that made sense.
With them.
I agree. I hate Dallas. So yeah, whoever screwed them out of Surtain.
Yeah.
Who was that? Denver,
wasn't it? Yeah, Denver. I like Chicago trading up to 11 to get Justin Fields. Felt like a good value.
There were quite a few good ones. There wasn't one that I really didn't like. Even the Alex Leatherwood pick. I thought they reached, but I still think he's going to be a good player.
Kadarius Toney felt like a reach to me.
Yeah, a little.
Obviously, we talked about ETN. You disagree with me, but I think Eric Stokes is a bad pick. I mean, I think you could have gotten much better value there. But other than that, yeah, I think the ones I mentioned, I think Chicago really, of the ones that had 1 pick, I think they probably would take it for me. Moving up, getting your quarterback at 11, not having to give up all that much.
Tell you what, I'm as straight as it gets, but Zach Wilson's a good-looking dude. I'm not ashamed to admit when a dude is good-looking.
Look up his mother.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Got a MILF?
Look up his mother.
Let me do that real quick. Zach Wilson. The first thing that comes up after Zach Wilson is mom.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. Ooh. Yeah, she's attractive.
Ain't bad.
She is not ugly. Huh. All right. Cool. Well, one of you guys said something here. I'm glad we finally have some conversation. Oh, I know. It was Will asking what the Bears gave up for Fields. I don't think it was that much. I think they gave up the 20th picks, their swap picks, and then they gave up a 4th and a 5th. So really not bad at all.
Bears trade.
I thought Tony was a first-round pick. I just at 20, I'm just not sure. I like Elijah Moore probably a little bit more than Tony.
Oh, okay. Hang on. The Giants got the 20th pick.
Uh-huh.
They get next year's Bears first rounder,
What? Seriously? I didn't see that.
this year's 5th rounder, and next year's 4th round. So
Wow, I did not see that. So yeah.
that changes things a little bit. They gave up a first round pick next year. It's a risk. You get up. You try
Well,
to get
that's almost every time that you trade up to get a quarterback, you're probably giving up next year's first. It doesn't happen often, or I shouldn't say that. It happens occasionally where you can trade up to get a quarterback and not give up a future first. Like I remember the Jets did it a few years ago. They traded up from 6 to 3 to get Darnold, and only gave up I think 2 or 3 second-round picks. I can remember the Cardinals trading up from 15 to 10 to take Josh Rosen, and only gave up I think it was like a 5th-round pick to get him. They didn't give up any future picks. I honestly thought that was a steal. He ended up not being any good, but almost all the time. And Packers were different because Jordan Love fell to 26. You're not going to give up a future first in that instance, but usually that's what you have to give up. So yeah, I would say it's a pretty good haul, very good haul for the Giants.
Good haul for the Giants. Kind of squandered their pick for the 20th.
Well, because honestly, like the Giants could be picking like with order. They could win the NFC East next year or this coming year, but they probably won't be picking that high. I don't really see them winning a playoff game. So maybe at worst case they're picking, or maybe best case is 18, 19, or 20. But it's the same for the Bears. Bears best case scenario, depending on what happens, I guess, with my Packers and Rodgers in the next few weeks, are probably only going to get a wild card spot and then lose. And then you're looking at, again, 18, 19, 20. So the Giants could potentially have 2 picks in the top 20. Will says, show us Zach Wilson's mom. The chosen Rosen.
Yikes.
That's funny.
Okay, so while I'm here, I want to talk about the Auburn guys. And we can talk about
I gotta turn this off, Sports Center.
if you want. We can talk about the guys too if you want. So Auburn has 2 receivers that I think will go tomorrow. Maybe.
Who? Anthony Schwartz, I think, will probably go.
Anthony Schwartz and Seth Williams will probably go tomorrow.
Who's the other guy? Is it Seth Williams?
Seth Williams, yeah.
Yeah.
Seth Williams is your prototypical NFL wide receiver body. He's a little slow, catches everything in the zip code, can win any jump ball he wants. And then Anthony Schwartz, like we talked about earlier, if somebody falls in love with him and what they think they can do with his speed.
Well, I mean, speed kills. I mean, teams overdraft for speed, as you just saw Exhibit A with Green Bay, kind of reaching for Eric Stokes. And then even Henry Ruggs last year was the first receiver off the board because he was fast. So teams are going to take a chance on you if you're fast. Speed kills.
Oh, yeah, definitely. And then there's a couple other guys on the defensive side I think could go late rounds. We've got a safety that came out named Jamie Sherwood, who reminds me a lot of a guy that went off the board earlier than I thought a couple years ago. Daniel Thomas. We've got a linebacker that got hurt real early in the season this last year, KJ Britt, who was really highly thought of as an inside linebacker and then got hurt and just really didn't his stock kind of plummeted. Then I think a guy that doesn't get enough love was another safety, a guy that played kind of a lot of different places, a guy named Jordan Peters. Was a kind of a special teams wizard. And I think he could go late round, 6th, 7th. So I think we didn't have anybody go tonight, which wasn't surprising, but in the next, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, you could see a lot of Auburn Tigers go.
Ain't no draft on Sunday.
No draft is good.
It's just Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Gotcha. So
been like this for I think the last 10 years. This has been the format. Used to be just Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah, but I remember when it was just Saturday and Sunday, but
yeah. So I wouldn't be surprised if those two Auburn guys are picked. Definitely Schwartz. Like I said, he was among the list of players who I mentioned on our show that, like, everyone said to keep an eye on, could be drafted a lot earlier than expected. I actually don't think any of those guys ended up being first-round picks. Do you remember, Stephen? I know 4 of them didn't. Schwartz and Humphrey, Spencer Brown, Liam Eichenberg. Those 4 did not. Javon Holland. So, yeah, all 5 ended up not being first-round picks. I mean, you talk about West Virginia. We might have 2 guys get drafted. And that's not a knock on West Virginia. It's just the way the team was. Just a very young team the last 2 years. So now they should be upperclassmen. But I would expect Darius Stills. Love Darius.
Wasn't there he played linebacker or like edge rusher, right?
He was a interior defensive lineman. He played he played nose tackle for us. He ain't going to be a nose tackle in the NFL. I mean, I'm not comparing him to Aaron Donald, but he's Aaron Donald-like. He's just not very big. He's only about 6'1", 280 pounds.
Quick off the line.
Yeah, just very quick. Yeah. I'm not saying he's going to be Aaron Donald at all, but he's just kind of similar. I love Darius Stills. His dad played at West Virginia. His dad was a stud, played in the league for probably close to a decade. And then he has 2 sons. Darius will be drafted probably Saturday. I don't expect him to be drafted tomorrow. Then his brother Dante is still there. He's a senior, going to be a senior this year. He's supposed to be the better of the 2. Then the other guy is probably going to be Tony Fields, the second linebacker. He was transferred to West Virginia from Arizona. Vegas guy. Very athletic player. Not very big, though. Only about 6 foot, 220 pounds. Can cover space. I think he could be a Jim, like in the 5th or 6th round kind of guy. Probably not going to be a terrific player, but could be just, not very many guys in the 5th, 6th round end up panning out anyway. But he could, have a few decent years in the league, I think. So, yeah, I appreciate B and Will tuning in late. Better late than never. I appreciate y'all. It was just me and Steven here for a long time then until my cousin came on, which I don't think Jonah's still listening, but it was embarrassing. I love you, Jonah, if you are listening. It was embarrassing though for our first guest, pretty much to be my cousin. That's another conversation though. He's a younger. I'm the oldest of our first cousins on my dad's side. Jonah is one of the younger ones. It's him and then my other cousin Nora. My dad and their mom are 12 years apart, and they're siblings. So yeah. So he's probably sitting at home bored watching the draft in high school. I think he's a senior. No, I think he's a junior in high school in West Virginia. So he's probably bored, saw I was live, hopped on.
Sure, why not?
Hey, I appreciate it. Like I said, I appreciate B, Will, Steven. I am most appreciative of you. It wasn't as last minute as last year. I literally think I pulled you into doing this for me in the 11th hour last year, like a couple hours before the draft, and you're like, "I'll join you." Okay, cool. This year it was more. I think I reached out to you on Tuesday.
Yeah, time to plan.
Yeah.
Always pleasure, Shaner.
I don't think it was quite as fun as last year for whatever reason. Maybe because I wasn't drunk enough.
That's me.
That last year I feel like I had more alcohol in me.
Yeah, you might have. Well, and then you started work. That was.
Yeah, I was working at the time, but it's time to go to bed. I got to be up at.
Yeah.
You probably got to be up too. What time do you get up for work?
I tell myself I'm gonna get up about 6:30. About 7:15.
I don't want to say I have it down to a science, but you get up at 7:15. But I'm not one of these guys. I'm going to get up as early as possible. No, I'm going to set my alarm like as late as possible. It doesn't even have to be. I remember when I played when we were in high school, and I had to get up in the morning to go to football workouts. I set my alarm. We had to be there at 7, I believe. I set my alarm for 6:12. Weird time for someone to get up. But I wanted as much sleep as possible, and I timed it to where I could get as much sleep as possible, get out of the bed, brush my teeth, get in the car, go to school, and still be at football workouts on time.
You lived a lot closer to school than I
I did, true, yeah.
I was, when I had to be at school early, I had to leave. I had to wake up. Because I did the same thing in high school. I had to wake up 58 minutes before.
You woke up 58 minutes before school?
Yeah.
How did you get showered and cleaned and from Bluff Park to Hoover?
I kind of drove like an asshole. But
So I've noticed you haven't asked me anything about. First of all, you haven't asked me anything about living in Texas yet.
Oh shit, I haven't. You're right.
Not a big deal.
I talked about all the Texas stuff, but yeah, how's the job at Lamar going?
It's going all right. I mean, it's only really my second week there. I'm learning. We were in a meeting yesterday. My boss said I'm picking up things quickly, so that's good to hear.
The alternative.
What's that? Yeah, better, much better than the alternative. But one of the things I've noticed here in Texas is there are some of the most aggressive drivers in this state. Like, what's that?
A lot of the student body population at the University of Arkansas is people from Texas for some reason.
Probably those Northeast Texas kids.
I've noticed that. Yeah, it's kids. It's everybody from Dallas.
Yeah. There's TCU, but and SMU, I think. But yeah, Arkansas is obviously, I think, much more attractive to those kids than TCU or SMU.
The Texas schools are pretty.
And TCU, I believe, is a private school.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Is
TCU,
it?
SMU, Baylor, Rice.
Baylor's.
Oh,
I'm not sure if Baylor's private or not, but I know it's not. It's not in Dallas though. It's not far from Dallas, but
it's a Baptist school, man.
Yeah, you're right. It is, isn't it?
Private as hell. And then Texas, the state school was just apparently just impossible to get into if you live in Texas.
Well, I mean, think about it. There's like there's so many people in Texas. Like they can only accept a certain amount.
That's true. Yeah.
I'm not.
Yeah.
But I'm not surprised to hear that.
There's a everywhere you look, it's all the sorority girls and fraternity guys that all of them seem to drive Audis and freaking Mercedes, and the guys that drive nice jacked up trucks and stuff. But they've all got Texas license plates. So I don't know why that's the case. I guess, but
Yeah, but I've noticed, first of all, I love that the speed limit here for the most part is like 75. And I'm not a huge speeder anyway. I used to be when I had my Mustang.
yeah.
But when I bought my Jeep, Jeeps aren't meant to go that fast. You know?
No.
They're not built for it. So I don't really speed anymore. The max I'll probably go is like 80. And even then, like, I don't really like going that fast. So I didn't change when I drove 2 days to get down here from Pennsylvania. I was driving along I-10, and then once it hit Texas, speed limit went up to 75, and I just kept it at 80. I'm like, I don't really feel like going to 85 or 90. And I was getting passed by everyone. I just remember thinking, what the fuck do you want me to do? I'm going 80, and I'm in the slow lane. And people are still passing me. Just very aggressive. And then the highway I take to get to Lamar is speed limit is 65. And I'd probably go about 65 or 70 on the road. And again, everyone's passing me.
Yeah.
Just very, very aggressive. And then when I was coming back from work today, there were two cars. So there was a 2-lane road that was merging from the highway to I-10. That I get on that briefly, and it was a lane merging, and then the 2 lanes were merging to one before you get on I-10. These two cars were parallel to each other in either lane, and as the 2 lanes are merging into one, coming up on I-10, neither car would relent to the other. And I'm just like, are one of y'all gonna get the fuck over? And like, if it like I'm the first one to cower, I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, pass me. I'll let you go. It doesn't have, we don't have to get in a fight. We don't have to crash here. Please don't kill me. Just I'll let you go. Neither of these guys would. Both Texas plates. They both just kept going. Lane turned into one. Didn't care. They stayed side by side, and then finally one was like, oh shit, we're gonna die if I don't. So I'll just get over on the shoulder, which is what he did, and slowed down. And then immediately, once the other guy passed him, jerked it into the lane and took off.
Yeah. It's almost like, I know you say you haven't spent much time in Atlanta, but people in Atlanta are just the worst.
I've heard Atlanta traffic is abysmal.
Miserable.
Yeah, so I'm not surprised to hear that at all.
Going in July for a wedding, and I dread go to that city.
Another thing I've noticed, and I noticed it too in Nashville a little bit, because I remember
Nashville, dude, man, God.
Well, I thought the traffic was lousy in Nashville.
Gosh.
I just think there's too many people in that, not enough roads in that city.
Yeah.
But with my first week in Nashville, I saw so many people running stoplights. Like I saw like 6 people run a stoplight in Nashville my first week there. And I just remember thinking after about the 5th or 6th one, I was like, are stoplights optional in Nashville? Am I missing something? And then it's funny enough, after that, I don't remember ever seeing another person run a stoplight. So maybe it was just a weird week.
Yeah.
But I've noticed that here too. A lot of Texas people just go right through stoplights. And again, like, are they optional here? What's the deal? Very aggressive. And I talked about that with people at work, and they said the same thing. Like, don't be, not scared isn't the right word, but don't freak out when people are passing you on the interstate and you're going 80 and they're going, on a 75. One of them was like, I drive 90 on I-10 to go to Austin sometimes, and I'm still getting passed by everybody.
I drive aggressively. I call myself an offensive driver, but
An offensive driver. That's funny.
I still get my doors blown off by these kids and their daddies.
Just dangerous, man. I'm not like that. My brother changed my. I wouldn't call myself aggressive, but I used to be a little bit more aggressive than I am now. My brother changed my attitude about it. We were driving together, and he was actually driving. I was just in the passenger seat, and we would get to we ran into a bunch of four-way stops, and he would just let everyone go first, even if he was the first one there. And I would be like, dude, you're the first one here, just gun it. And he was like, I'm not taking a chance on these assholes. It's like, people are idiots. I'm not taking a chance. I was like, damn, dude, you're right. Yeah.
Shane, did anybody from the Big 12 get drafted tonight?
I don't think so. I'm not really surprised about that, though.
Florida State, Florida, LSU, Alabama.
No one from Texas. No one from TCU. No one from Baylor. No one from West Virginia. No one even from Oklahoma or Oklahoma State, Kansas State, Iowa State. Yeah.
Not one Big 12 player was drafted.
I mean, I'm not totally surprised to hear that. I mean,
that's still crazy to me, though.
Yeah. Oklahoma had a fairly young team last year. So,
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. Usually they have one or two guys. But they were pretty young. Texas, I'm not that surprised. And then I am a little surprised Trevon Moore didn't get picked in the first round. Or Tevin Jenkins, I guess.
Yeah.
Iowa State had a few guys that probably would have been drafted. Maybe one. But they all elected to go back to Iowa State, just about. But Kansas didn't have anybody any good. Kansas State didn't have anyone any good. Neither really did Baylor or Texas Tech, West Virginia. So it was a bit of a weird year, I would say, in the Big 12. I don't know about down year, I guess maybe a down year, but there were some guys I think that probably would have been first-round pick. But like I said, some guys at Iowa State elected to come back. Oklahoma had a fairly young team.
Yeah.
Just an odd year. I don't know about a down year, but.
Yeah, maybe that's the better way to put it.
But it's not very many get drafted out of the Big 12 in the first round anyway. It's just not one of those conferences. Yeah, Texas and Oklahoma get really good recruits. But name me a school in the Big 12 that outside of those two, they get really good recruits. A lot of them, not just one or two.
Yeah.
It's just not very many. Those other schools don't really get that.
The SEC had 12 players drafted.
I feel like that's either the norm or it seems lower than usual, maybe.
The SEC had 12. Big 10 had 7. The ACC had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Pac-12 had a couple.
Did the Pac-12? Yeah, Joe Tryon was one.
Sewell, Tryon.
Yeah, Sewell. Okay, yeah. Even the Pac-12 got. That's not an indictment of a conference, though.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's just interesting.
It is interesting. I thought you were trying to be like, oh, Big 12 sucks.
No,
at first.
I saw something on Twitter. I was looking through Twitter and I was like, it said that no Big 12 players got drafted first round. I was like, that can't be right.
I didn't think about that.
It was.
Even last year, I think I know Jalen Reagor was one. There might have been more. I feel like there was more at least. There's usually 2 or 3, I feel like. Which is probably about up to par, which is with what it should be.
A bunch.
No, CeeDee Lamb was one, so you had 2. There might have been a third.
I'm sure we're getting somebody.
But I would say that's a normal year. Yeah, this year was kind of an odd, maybe down year for Big 12. I'm not surprised about that though.
Yeah, especially when you have quarterbacks coming out of BYU, North Dakota State.
I mean, not that even any. I don't think like Brock Purdy elected to go back to school at Iowa State, but I don't think he would have been a first-round pick.
Yeah, I don't think he would have been up there with those guys. I mean,
Charlie Collar, you probably don't know who that is. He's a big-ass tight end for Iowa State, like 6'7", 260, 270 maybe. Big dude. Pretty good player. He's one I would say maybe.
Yeah.
Just because it wasn't a very good. It's not a very good tight end class this year. Yeah, but Oklahoma, pretty young team. Who knows who all is even eligible? Texas has Nico Collins, but he's more of a day 2 pick, and he really wasn't even from Texas. He transferred in from Michigan. But like Sam Ehlinger wasn't any good. Wasn't that good at least.
Nico Collins, wasn't he from Birmingham? Did he go like Spain Park?
I don't think so. It'd be odd for a Spain Park kid to go to Michigan.
He went to Clay Chalk.
Did he?
Yeah.
Nico Collins went to Clay Chalkville?
Clay Chalkville High School.
Huh. I never would have guessed that.
I thought he was from Birmingham. I couldn't remember where though.
Huh. Well, how about that? Good for him. Because he'll probably get picked up tomorrow.
Yeah, I think I saw that he's slotted to go probably tomorrow. One of the next receivers off.
But yeah, like Texas Tech doesn't have anyone that good. Baylor didn't have anyone that good. West Virginia didn't have anyone that good.
Yeah, I don't.
Kansas State, Kansas. Yeah.
That I thought Big 12, Big 12 students were. I didn't believe it. And I was like, yeah, well, I guess, yeah.
I thought that's what you were trying to go with at first.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, just weird. Yeah, you're right. Let's talk. We could talk a little bit about day 2. Who all still left? I think there's still some pretty good names left.
That slid off the board.
Elijah Moore, Jenkins, Morig, all pretty good. I think I considered first-round picks. I look at Jacksonville. I maybe Jenkins. Owusu Koromoa. I like him. I just think his size holds him back.
Yeah, I think he's a little small. Ojolari, Asante Samuel Jr., Kelvin Joseph, like I said. I think a guy that we didn't talk about today that is a little overlooked because of some other guys is Terrence Marshall, right here from LSU.
Yeah. I've seen some people consider him a first-round pick. I just thought it would – I thought it was going to be tight for him to get in. Just a lot of good receivers.
I didn't think he would get in the first round necessarily. I kind of saw him as like a high day 2, mid-second round-ish.
Yeah, I mocked him to Philly in round 2.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, Philly needs.
Well, they got Devontae Smith now. They could double down. I don't think they will though. I could see Asante Samuel Jr. going to Philly because Philly's going to have the 5th pick of the first round or the second round, I believe. I could see that. I mean, and Asante Samuel Jr. used to play in Philly. I'm sorry, not Junior. His dad, Asante Samuel, Senior used to play in Philly. That'd be good. I'd like to see that. I could see Jacksonville going with Morig at 33, and I think that would be a pretty big steal. Jets, I could see Samuel or like Carlos Basham.
I don't know. I kind of see the Giants get their second pick. Oh yeah, ETN.
Maybe Elijah Moore to the Jets. I could see that.
I can see the Jags going Jenkins.
Yeah.
With 33.
They franchise tagged Cam Robinson, but he's really not that good. I think they just did it to keep some stability up front. You know, you don't want your rookie quarterback coming in with a brand new left tackle.
Yeah, you're probably right. And then I don't know what they have at right tackle, but I'm sure.
I think it's Jaywan Taylor, who is from Florida. He was picked out of Florida a few years ago. I don't know if he's good or not. I would imagine probably not. I don't know. Maybe he is pretty good. I don't know.
I mean, you could slide Jenkins to right.
Or just have him be a swing for a year or two until you feel like you want to move on from Robinson or Taylor, whichever. And then, yeah, he starts.
I could even go on like Ojolari.
Yeah, he's still on the board, isn't he? I could see the Jets scooping him up at 34.
Yeah, because they'll go, second in the second round.
Mm-hmm. And I think the Falcons have the third pick.
Right here. They did. Yeah. Jags, Jets, Falcons, Dolphins, Eagles are the top 5 in the third round.
Yeah, because Dolphins have the Texans pick, who finished 4-12.
And have how many picks? Like
They have 2 more in the second round. The Dolphins do, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, no, the Texans.
Texans don't pick until the third round.
Third, yeah.
They're a mess. I mean, I know Green Bay's a mess right now, but the Texans are even more of a mess.
All right, man.
Yeah, I'll let you go. We talked for a little bit. Talked for 4.5 hours. Well, over 4.5 hours. I got to get to bed. Later.
Catch you later.
Later.